Doctor Who, RTD2, and Gatwa. I've been having more fun than I like to admit crapping on this show. We have a segment called Bro Hack Bingo on the Sensphere, where we try to find all RTD's tropes and propaganda shoved in every episode. I've done them on even watch season 1 and actually play bingo. I put it all on a bingo card, so if you want to crap on it with me, first you have to watch the Sensphere, then join the SWP Ko-Fi. You can join the SWP Grand Fleet just for $1 a month. You get access to the bingo card to play Brocat Bingo with me and support my dreams. For $2, you're a welcome crew member of the captain ship with Discord access. And $5 pledgers will be recognized pirates in their own right and commanders of my crew. Every 5 members we will react to an episode on the spot, but again, if you want more Doctor Who content, debate, and people making sense, go to the Sensphere where I show up. I had a twitchy finger. Whoops.
To tell on this one. The game does feel more similar to Mario Kart Wii for better or for worse. Many fans will say this is a good thing. It does bring back some cool things like the respawn boost, losing items when falling off, and perhaps there's a heavier emphasis on pulling off risky shortcuts with all the new rail tech and all of that. Many of those things are good, but I am severely worried about the shock changes as it stands. Perhaps this game has patched out some of the undesirable parts about short sure that you don't swing too far in the other direction as well, because 8 Deluxe definitely had things worth keeping too. One of the minor changes that I really hate is the new arc for throwing bananas. The gliding has already felt very rough in this game compared to Mario Kart 8, but this kind of does the gliding no favors. I feel like playmaking with bananas and even bombs has been made substantially harder. It felt as if you could really aim these items with a lot more precision back in Deluxe, but now it feels like they practically go immediately to the ceiling when thrown. And I don't really get this one at all, especially since the new right analog stick camera seems to be there specifically to give you more options when throwing items like this. This is a complete head scratcher, and I don't know why they wanted to change this. At the very least, I have not been hit by really any lag trails in this game or invisible items like Deluxe was known for notoriously early on. As a matter of fact, the netcode feels substantially improved so far, so that's a positive. Maybe this is a result of less snaking, but I doubt that's entirely the reason. Because in Deluxe, it felt like I would consistently be trailed by stationary targets even, and I've not felt that so far in this game, and that is a bit of a relief. One thing I'm interested to see is how rails will impact the game's meta online. At first I was worried that they would create some free front runs as players would be able to trap on these rails and perhaps make it so only they can take them, but this could get really interesting too, as there is built-in counterplay since you can hop on the rails, or flip off them or over to new ones. In a match yesterday, somebody tried to back me with a banana on one of these rails, but I was ready for it and just hopped over it, and that was pretty cool. I think it's going to end up being very important to understand how these rails work. The best players are going to have to know how to drive with and without them, or switch strategies on the fly to an option that may not be optimal in time trial. And understanding options is a great thing to have in a game like this, and it is my hope that this will be a pretty deep mechanic. It looks promising though. One thing I don't know if I like yet is weirdly the character and cart balance too, and it should be noted that I think this is going to be an unpopular take. At first glance it appears that every character and vehicle combination's viewable stats add up to 8, and that stats cannot be traced back to a single character or cart. For instance, Bowser might be 0.25 speedier than Wario on vehicle A, but he might also be the same speed as him on vehicle B. Of course, the flaw in all of these setups summing to 8 is that not every stat is created equally. Speed traditionally has been more important in these games than the other stats. In Mario Kart 8 Deluxe, that was kind of balanced out by the mini turbo stat, which was hidden, and for all we know, it might still be a hidden stat here as well, that messes with our read on what Nintendo is going for here, but as it appears currently, handling appears to be that balancing stat. On Airship Fortress, for instance, characters with high handling appear to be much faster, but on courses with less sharp turns, I think Bowser might be the best. The thing is, the high handling characters usually tend to have good acceleration too, I believe. This will be an advantage that they will have on their good tracks that Bowser will not have on his good tracks. The question then becomes, is the weight stat as important as acceleration when balancing this all out? Because both the weight and acceleration stat are just going to be useful on every type of track. But I guess we will have to see. That said, I can't say I'm sure I hope this is the case. I would of course like to see a diverse meta, and I'm excited by the idea of being able to use characters like Lakitu if everyone thinks that Toadette is the best. What I don't want though, is a game where players are just picking certain courses to exploit certain character strengths and weaknesses, because I kinda like it when entire lobbies are on a relatively even playing field going into every race. Ultimately, I want player skill to do the talking, not the vehicle setup. The track selector is random too, after all, and this stuff cannot be planned for. If everything is balanced alongside weight and acceleration, I feel as if maybe this will be the endgame though. Personally speaking, I just hope acceleration is more impactful than weight, because I find the lightweight characters are just more fun to play in general. I hope that that can be the world we live in, and if that's the case, I think we have plenty of good character options. Finally, let's end this with a little bit of a compliment sandwich, I guess. To start, free roam has been cool thus far. I experimented just a little bit with it, and you can tell that they thought about making this a cohesive world quite a bit. The tracks all feel so naturally placed, and the parts of courses that aren't driven on ordinarily fill in the holes that we used to only have to imagine ourselves. You might have thought back in the 90s, what are beyond the walls of Wario Stadium? But now, you know. Learning how to play the tracks is awesome.
Oh, I might have to just... Maybe I should just shiny hunt and Scarlet and Violet. Hey, streamer. Maybe I should just shiny hunt and Scarlet and Violet. I don't know, buddy.
Obviously a priority to me right now, but I am excited to go out and collect everything eventually and over time. And I love that now in matches, when waiting on that one guy to join the room who shows up 10.
Boy, it's tough. Oh, man. I'm gonna have to turn the stream off. I might have to. This is nasty, dude. What am I supposed to do with this, bruh? It didn't care. Oh. Look how laggy it is. No, man. Why is it so laggy? Fire chip. I don't really want anything else. Why is this happening to me? Why do my nostrils whisper to me?
that's probably all of the bug we are going to play. We'll now play fire. You want another one of these? Do you want another one of those? There's no fire steel type. We'll take this. Alright, I got a nasty fire team cooking now. As long as it doesn't lag on me. Wow. Maybe this is the Rage Infernape game. Oh, Slugma. Imagine Slugma. This is human. Slugma. I gotta see a Slugma get at me. I need Slugma. This is crazy. This is crazy. No Slugma. That's probably what we're gonna do, right? Oh shit, he has Ampharos? I wish I gave him Shell Bell now. Fuck, I wish I gave him the Shell Bell now. Holy, bro. If I gave him Shell Bell, we won there every time. Wow. What the F? What the F am I 8, brother? Wait, I didn't level up. Oh, so I should have did that anyway. Wow. I'm hurt. I'm sad. That's like 2 failures. That was a tough loss, bro. sure what I'm looking at. I'm not even sure what I'm looking at. There's a fire human over there. Okay. Okay. This isn't human. Okay. That's not psychic. So now you're actually a backbiter. So fuck me. In other words, fuck me. Outrage and Fernate. We're taking these 1, 2, 3, 4. I mean, we do want to play this, but
And then we fire chip a third building, I guess.
no, I can't fire chip a third build. I don't have any number. Anything else? This is tough. Maybe we don't play this. Fuck. This is something dangerous to play and not add. We can fire chip this. We can fire chip this. Yeah. Screw that. Let's play this. And then we add another psychic thing. We want to add this in, I guess. We may or may not need this. We may or may not need this. We really don't need this. Is there anything else in common as a tool that I no, the fucking Ponyta's in the game, dude. And I just sold it. I sold it for a psychic type. Well, we can still play Ponyta, this, and Numel. Okay, we can do that. Ponyta, this, and Numel. We don't play this. Dun, dun. But I still need a psychic type. Or a psychic stone. Alright, well, I won't get that here. I will not get that here. I should have took the ice out of it. I'll go level 6. I'm like, what do I do? What do I do? I just go level 6. I'm gonna buy this. Missed it. Here's a psychic light. Here's a psychic light. I'm gonna give up on this guy. On Cologne. I don't need it. I need money. I need money more. do want to see that other thing. I missed it. I did want that Abra so I can get my second TM for Dwfan. Oh my gosh. Yes, yes. There's a fire type. What did I want? I needed an item, I thought. Oh, a psychic stone. I don't need that anymore. I'll take this. Wow, buddy. That's not Shell Bell. Why'd I take this? I don't really like Fire Rate because it uses your HP anyway, so like we can start filling out our other synergies. That's cool. Ironically, I can use Walla or Mr. Mime. I have to replace Light for Fairy. Might be worth it. It might be worth it. Whatever evolves first, I guess. Should have took Magmore, bro. Honestly, we should be playing Magmore. Oh no, I need Light or the Psychic. I have you. This is weird. I don't know. I don't know what I'm doing. Look, I found another Dwfan though. I found another one. Oh, shit. Well, there's no way we lose, right? It's the same Ampharos with the same Max revive strat. Not this time, punk. Holy cannoli. Dang, I want to give this to the pony. At this point, we're gonna end up giving it to Center Scorch. Maybe we'll just give it to our legendary. Oh, we got cooked. Mollywop. Destroyed. How did that happen? He didn't do anything. Oh, I got ghosted, I guess. Oh, shit. Oh my gosh. I need more Monfernos. I need more Monfernos. I can't give up on my team. The Torchic's also a little ridiculous. I don't find Numel, I don't find Ponytail. What does that mean? I guess that's fair. But the rest of this is bullshit. We'll take a fire type. Steel Dragon. Anything else? Anything else? Anything else? No. I wonder if Cabalion's a better fighting type. I just have to level up and add in this. It's also gonna blow my econ out of the water. I didn't know what to do. And to be fair, I still don't. Yeah, I still don't know what to do. I think I have to level up again. Punch tag. Oh, okay. Punch tag for the ghost guy. I think. Who do I give it to? Laser protect. These two. These are my psychic core. This is damage. Something like this. Is this the worst day of my life? I don't know who my last dragon's gonna be. That was a psychic fire type that I definitely wanted. Oh, that's right there. We should have just made it gooey. Fuck. Never punish. What the fuck we're gonna get rid of? We dropped fire for her. This is psychic though. Why'd I buy that? I couldn't wait. We have to drop psychic. Or do we keep it? No. We're still getting our shit pushed on, dude. He has Infernate, dude. Are you serious? This is okay. I lost. Oh my god. How do I lose?
10 minutes later than everybody else, I can just work on the single player content now. The only thing that bothers me with this is it often feels as if Nintendo is so close yet so far on some things. I'd love to just play this entire mode online with friends, and it feels like we very nearly can. But from what I've seen, P-switches that I can see offline are not present when playing this online, and that kind of just sucks. Part of the appeal of free roam is being able to do a bunch of different things at once, collecting multiple different types of things, and I guess getting lost in the world. If I can only do like 80% of the things with friends, that is kind of just a massive buzzkill. In my eyes, it breaks the immersion. Like, yes, I know the missions have some different rules than normal roaming, but like, come on, make it work. Having to traverse the entire map again just to find only P-switches sounds kinda lame, and it feels like now if I just want to explore with friends, I'm just going to have to look up the P-switches later and track them all down afterwards, and I just wish it wasn't this way. It feels as if questionable decisions like that are just made every time a new game appears. Whether it's missing single-player versus mode, missing stats pages, taking out the timer in races, or removing split times for records and time trial modes now, that stuff is just disappointing. It feels like they just spin a wheel ahead of every game to decide which staple features are going to inexplicably be removed for no reason. That just kinda sucks. Why did mission mode have to even have a hiatus to begin with? It just doesn't really make
You know, we could have kept that first sound maybe, but whatever. It's whatever. Fight. Oh, hey Neil Gear. Good morning. Drink water, baby. I'm drinking. What is this? Just like a strawberry lemonade. Howdy, howdy. Welcome in. I'm not lagging. I can't listen to videos and lag. Or I'll lag at the same time. The sad life for me. Can I have one, baby? I probably should chill. Let's just do this. I don't have a baby. I'm one child short before I can go get some eggs. Now I'm in a fight with a baby. Cooked. So auto. I bought that. I bet you bought this. Dun, 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 dun,
dun. My child is here, baby 3. Now I'm gonna make some money. Hopefully. What are all these water types doing here, dude? Should we play water? Bum, bum. Butter toast with black. You like Ed, Ed, and Eddie? Butter toast. I like Ed, Ed, and Eddie. There's no way we win. I'm making money. I'm making money right now. There's no way we win. I had a bunch of children in, and we won. Maybe I'll just run all my children later. I'm gonna put them in. I'll just run all my children later, I guess. Shell bell. That's great. Punching glove. Gracidia. These are all good items for me right now. Hit the tree. Big Eddie. Big Ed fanboy. That is hilarious. You should be watching Ed, Ed, and Eddie. We can play bingo to that. I just lost. What? I had to make an item, but like, no. Now I'm just mad. Now I'm actually just upset. Guess I could have been playing babies. Do we want this? I might want it. I might. There's some water sounders. I don't have a water stone or anything. Or normal. Is there normal? No. I don't want it. We're gonna play Baby 7. I'm gonna show you the greatest team comp of all time. Sadly, I can no longer do his voice. I'm a woodpecker. Except with dirt. Oh. Why can't I get this? To tell you the truth, we don't want this. Well, we kind of want this. Maybe we don't want this. I was gonna say something now YouTube appropriate. What are we doing? No, man. I should have gave him a magnet. Let's get him, Pichu. We lost to Abra. No. No. It is so Jover. It's never been so Jover. Jover it is, I see. I have Magikarps and I have babies competing with each other right now. They can handle it, but we can't play these. I can't play those. I need to see what my unique pick is first before I make decisions. Bywater Portal. Harley Nui. High Water Portal. Upgrade Punching Glove. Or Goggles Shell Bell. That's an interesting one. That's an interesting thought experiment, huh? Oh my gosh. There's no dragons here, man. We could play a sick dragon game if I wanted to, but I can't. I'm going Punching Glove Upgrade. That sounds like it hits harder, right? Maybe. Or maybe, son. Oh, that sound like it hits harder? Punching Glove Upgrade. Now the question is, do we go for Gyarados or Milotic? I guess it depends. I don't know. I gotta get these Magikarps. I'm really behind on the Magikarps. I should be going for Milotic, and we're losing, so it's over. You're kit bashing design together while you watch. What does that mean? I have 3 Magikarps. This is a Weasel game. It's a Weasel game. Actually, if I got, I guess we're not playing this. Let's just. I'm looking at my team. I'm like, Sandy Gas would fit great in this team. They're putting images together to make a new one. Sounds like you said. What? No, not me. Not what I said. Oh no, not me. Oh, this is nasty. This hard skill is nasty for me. They shouldn't have done that. The real problem with Gyarados is, if this isn't a Magikarp, I'm giving up, actually. Because the real problem is, I don't have space to build my team. Fuck! I need 3 more Magikarps. What we have to do is max revive on this. Every time he dies, he explodes, so now he's gonna die twice. That's gonna be great for me. I want fabulous. That is my simple request. Okay, we get rid of you.
I shouldn't even be holding these Mudkips, by the way, because I'm gonna sell it. I really shouldn't even be holding these things. Come on, man. How does this beat me? I'm strong. I did no damage. My life, it sucks. It makes me wanna cry. It makes me wanna cry. Poison aquatic. And it's water.
Kinda want Sandy Gas. Kinda want Sandy Gas. I like the OG like Sarah Blade Runner gun. Oh. What are you making now? Do you put it on Twitter? Dude, I'm gonna get it perfectly. I hope so. I should get it perfectly now. I guess we want to give it to Gyarados though. Buizel, sorry. Dash to the furthest enemy, deal special damage to all Pokemon in the battlefield. You're good and all. I just rolled through another Sandy Gas. Why didn't anybody say anything? To make a new one. Yeah. Oh wait, I scrolled up somehow. You should make some 6 Doctor stuff. Because I like the 6 Doctor. Come on, just give me one Magikarp, one Magikarp, one Magikarp. Come on, like boss man. I'll come so hard if I can get one Magikarp. Come on, dude. Yo, all my mons are dead. I lost. I had a max revive fail. He killed me too far away. Oh, fuck. I didn't get it. Oh, what is happening? Oh, he killed me so far away, dude. Taking the ice. And they didn't even give me the Magikarp. There you go, Buizel. Go crazy. No effing way, dude. We're gonna level up twice. He has Tentacruel. Fish. You fucking cunt! Are you serious? How? Dude, this should be so likely. Oh, they want me to die. Trying to make the rainbow work. You mean Rainbow Road from Mario Kart World? Rifle sword. The 6 Doctor stuff I'm making is an alt design of the coat. What's wrong with the coat? Alt design. This guy think you need to design the coat. No effing way. The Magikarp is in, bro. So now we're water 6. I can't fish Magikarp. This is ridiculous, by the way. I'm losing my mind today. This should not be happening to me. Why me? Why me? I have no idea. But we're gonna use Ditto to activate Amorphous. Plus only one. Because I have to put in this for poison. This is true. The rainbow coat. I was close. You fucker. You still have HP, but I don't have enough to do what I want. I have to put in the Team Rocket, bro. The Tentacruel Grimer. I just need one effing. I'm not playing this garbage. Magikarp, please. Just one. Dude, this thing's cracked. Oh no. I'm trying to get magic hurt. I'm gobsmacked right now. Absolutely gobsmacked, bro. I have to sell this. Actually, I don't. I am gobsmacked in the face. The stage play version of the 6 Dr. code is better. It might be. I heard of the stage play. I want to see that. I just heard about that yesterday, I think, or 2 days ago. There's nothing I can do, bro. Everybody's better than me. I can't find a Magikarp. It's over, bro. It's fucking over. Just one Magikarp. Finally, piece of shit ass game. Oh my god. You're the monster. I didn't have to do that. I didn't have to do that. I literally didn't have to do that. Oh, I need this. Alright. Actually, we really want this. It fits all my synergies. I don't know why, but it does. Alright, we're gonna win. This is the time to do it. Oh, I needed a dragon portal. I didn't even realize I had 2 dragons for some reason. Flying? There is a dragon flying. Half flying. We're gonna take this one. We're gonna take this one. Dragons? Nope. There's Jover, by the way. It's absolutely Jover, by the way. Do. Do. Let's beef up him too. We gotta beef up everybody here. This is good, right? And I level up, put in a fielder. This is good. Fuck all those guys. What do I need? I need Grimer. Look for Grimer. Dude, we're still losing, by the way. I'm actually out. Oh, I'm not out! Why didn't I take that gas? Close one. We sure? Those are power-ups, right? Alright? Those are power-ups. I think. That's an interesting one, I guess. We're still losing. I'm actually okay. I thought I was just dead. Oh, I'm still losing, by the way. I need blue orb. want a blue orb. Wait. No, I upgrade punching glove. I want a blue orb. I need blue orb. That's helpful. Water aquatic. Is there anybody playing just a water aquatic role? Not me. Okay, I just don't understand why they're doing so much better than me. There we go. There we go. The team's working. The team's working. The team's working. I swear the team's working. I don't want this. The problem is I can't put this in. How do I put this in? I have to get rid of Gyarados? Like, how do I put this in? Oh, no, but like I lose my poison. I already sold my dragon. There's a dragon. Amorphous dragon. Bass is a dragon. Now I'm just annoyed. Well, I guess we have to drop poison though, right? We drop poison for this, and then yeah, it's either this. What's my other aquatic? The float soul. Wonderbucks. Let me get rid of this now because I'm not playing poison. I think this is better. Don't die, gang. Oh my gosh, the grass team. They're fighting though. My Kyogre's not alone. My Gyarados is. Boom. They're all alive. They're all alive. Oh my goodness, dude. 1, 2, 3. I need two. I need 2. There's the second one. Who do I get rid of? Nobody. I have to level up. What the fuck? What the fuck? I'm gonna die here. I'm totally going to die here. They're attacking my Gyarados from behind. Damn, not this guy, dude. The Emboar. Oh, man. I'm dead. I needed my Lodic. I needed. I needed the Sobble. That was rougher than it should have been. You guys want a shiny hunt and listen to Dwfan? Be sad about the new Doctor Who season? That's what I wanted to do. I was gonna shiny hunt in pokemmo, but it doesn't open. I don't know why it's not opening. Which means I'll have to shiny hunt in Scarlet and Violet. It's just that game sucks. I don't know if I would have fun. Bruh, what a tough game. I can't believe that game. I'm either on fire or I'm just trash. Even though, like, my team still looked clean, though. Like, my teams never look bad. Fuck. That's what be killing me about my losses. I'm like, but my team looks immaculate right now. The only thing I could have did better, actually, was, like, get a blue orb. The shows are losing their minds. They really are. You should hear Dwfan, dude. That's why I wanted to record it because he's so fucking funny. He's like I sound like a clown now because I was the champion for Belinda. I was telling everybody, no guys, Belinda's character is cool. It's so good, and she literally got put in a box for the whole finale. And then he's like, and then he's like super upset about the Billy Piper. He's like, oh no, this is terrible. The show's basically dead. Like when you got the Dwfan91 saying the show's dead, it's over. It's over, buddy. On another note, Neo Gear, I was watching Shada. The animated stuff with the mixed with the live action one of the Fourth Doctor story, Shada. That's so good. I was glued to my seat for 2 hours. That's so good. I love that story, Shada. I'm like, there was another Time Lord here. Oh, that was so good, dude. Man, can we just talk about how great Shada was? Let's see. Where's my playlist? Is he a belted? No, I made a separate playlist just for Dwfan. This shit is so funny. I didn't listen to the 16th Doctor rant for 25 minutes. 25 minutes. I didn't listen to that one. I'm gonna put on the reality war changed everything. And then it's gonna go into the 16th Doctor rant. Adding to the list. You haven't seen Shada? It's on YouTube. It's on both YouTube channels. The classic, I'm pretty sure it's on the classic one, but they just posted it on the main one like a week ago maybe. Dude, it's so good. The only issue is I don't know why
part of it's animated. Like I guess they lost footage because you can tell the scenes they lost. It's always in the same place, almost. But like it is jarring, like because the BBC's animation is so cheap and lazy, like it's so jarring to be like getting all the nuances of the Fourth Doctor and all his witty jokes, and then like switching to his animated version where it's like it just barely comes off because of his voice acting, you know, which is just his regular acting because it's the same audio, I'm sure. But it is jarring going back and forth, especially because we get introduced to the villain in live action, but like all of his plots and everything he does is in the animated, like basically everything, and then you don't see him in live action again until the very end when he's like captured. So like it's so jarring to see him at the end captured because you're like, oh, that's what you look like. I haven't seen you in literally 2 hours. I haven't seen his face in 2 hours, just his animated figure. But dude, you gotta watch Shada. It's so good. It's so good, dude. Like I thought City of Death was gonna be peak Tom Baker for me. Shada low-key beat City of Death. It's low-key better than City of Death. Oh. And I really like East Face too. I like Tom Baker stuff. He is the doctor. The definitive article, some might say. His stuff is like consistently good, you know? Even the stuff I find boring, like Horror of Fang Rock, it's perfectly serviceable and I can sit through it. And I can't say anything bad about it. I just don't remember it. Where do you find that on a YouTube channel? It's on the main Doctor Who YouTube channel now. It used to be. You should be subscribed to the classic Doctor Who Classic. You should be subscribed to that YouTube. But it's on the main one too. Oh, maybe it's just on the classic. I found it. I remember seeing it. Maybe I don't know. I think it's just on the classic. I watch the Doctor Who Classic channel all the time. Like all the time. I got you, Neo Gear. You missed the 2-hour video? It was 3 weeks ago. I thought it was recent. It was 3 weeks ago. I was watching it yesterday. There's a Hobo Holmes video too, Shada, Doctor Who's most infamous lost story. You want to react to that? $1 and we'll react to the whole Hobo Holmes video about Shada. It's a great story too. I can't believe it's lost. I feel like if this was airing today, people would be like, record this, preserve it forever. Like, it's so good. It's emotional. There's mystery. it deals with the Time Lords. There's Time Lord mythology and lore. The Tom Baker era was the best at that stuff. What? Because you're in the UK? This is how Americans watch Doctor Who. We have to watch it on YouTube like this. Or I use Peacock. Or no, I use Tubi. I also have Tubi that has all of the classic Who stuff on it too. That's crazy. Watch it on Tubi, I guess. I don't know. All of classic Who is free on Tubi for me. Tubi sponsorship. It's some reason I can't your account. Yeah, that's weird, bro. You should still watch Shada. Let me see what season. I think it's season, if I remember right, 13. It's not telling me. It's not telling me. I don't know why it's not telling me. I need to watch Ramona's introduction. I don't understand the Ramona stuff. Broadcasted 1980. Can you tell me the season, buddy? It came out on my birthday. That was 3 weeks ago. Huh. Transcript. Just tell me the season. I don't know why it won't tell me the season. Yeah. Isn't that cringe? They want you to watch it a specific way on iPlayer. Like, why? You have to pay a fee for iPlayer? Or what? And I can't watch anything on iPlayer. But, like, isn't that dumb? Like, they want you to watch it on iPlayer, but I can't watch it on iPlayer. Like, I tried to watch the recent classic, or recent New Who stuff on iPlayer, and it's so much work, right? Yeah, you can probably watch it on Daily Motion too. That's how I watch. That's how I watch season 2. It's like I don't know, they're so retarded. Like they're throwing money away. Like the views could be going to them if they weren't gatekeeping it, but because they gatekeep it, it's like, okay, I just won't watch it your way then. Or most people just won't watch it at all. Like I don't want a Disney Plus account. Oh, it's like a bonus thing. That's how BBC America used to be. Oh, that's so BBC America used to be like a upcharge part of a TV feed thing, right? So I just never had it. But then by Peter Capaldi's era, it actually wasn't part of that thing anymore, or I just ended up getting it. I don't know what it was. But that's when I started watching it on BBC America live on TV. I actually watched it on TV. It might have been part of a package fee. I don't think it was though. My family's not the type to to upgrade for no reason, and I didn't ask for BBC America. I never would. But then they definitely have it as part of an upgraded package fee now again. If it airs on BBC America at all. Because they want you to go to Disney Plus to watch it. I don't think you can watch it on that. I think you have to watch season 2 on Disney Plus. Okay, the game will just never start. Because of this guy.
Most of the children we heard from are pupils here at Smallwood Junior School in Tooting, London. We wanted to give them the last word. How might Doctor Who finally end?
I'd like to all the monsters group together and fight Doctor Who. Some creatures might
Listen to this. This is so funny.
going to die somehow.
He said, "I think one day he's gonna." That was a black kid. that was a black kid, a small little black kid. He said, "I think one day he's gonna die somehow." Exactly, Neil Gear. Exactly, Neil Gear. It's like I'm only watching for Doctor Who, and it's not that good. It's not that good, buddy.
What's up, everybody, and welcome to the final episode of Doctor Who, Season 2. We are here, people. The reality war. Detonate the reality war. And you guys know what that means. We are 1 week away. Our goal, our target was 30,000 subscribers.
That's fine, buddy.
Anymore. See you on the other side, folks.
After watching.
And we're back. We're back. Hooray, hooray, hooray. How do I feel about this episode? What a layered question. You guys should have already seen it. I've
Layered.
a rant video talking about Billy Piper as the 16th Doctor, but let's move away from that. Yep, spoilers just immediately, I don't give a fuck. The 13th Doctor's in this episode. Omega is a massive skull dinosaur. Ncuti Gatwa regenerates, etc, etc, etc. Let's talk about the story. It's structured painfully. It's
He blew past all of that, and maybe I need to like clip it together because he blew past all of that because he said, and I'm quoting him because I remember I said it because I was saying what he said. He said Gat was not regenerating at the end of the season, guys, because if he was, they would advertise it. That was his belief, and he said that basically at the beginning of season 2. I'm pretty sure. Whenever I started watching, he said that word for word, verbatim. That was his cope for Gatwa staying on for season 3. He said he's not regenerating at the end of the season. And now they did this last minute regeneration. So he's like, yeah, Billy Piper, skip all of that. And he's going to rant about that in the next video, I think. Well, yeah, this is my 16th Doctor rant.
to end 30 minutes before it actually ends.
It's never gonna load.
We get a Marvel-esque action sequence where they fire lasers at these big dinosaurs, the bone beasts. Wish World did seem to be more important to the story than I gave it credit for. Positives for that. The Time Hotel. So we didn't know about this because Stephen Moffat said in the commentary track to Joy to the World, which I bought the DVD specifically for the commentary track, so I already knew this, that Joy to the World would tie into the finale somehow. I didn't expect to see Anita here, but she came here and she was weird and nothing like the character who I liked originally, so it felt like nothing. She stands there awkwardly in shot because the main problem with this story, and Rusty Davies knows it himself, come on lad, get better at this. There are too many characters in every scene. In every scene. I'm pretty sure in one scene there are 10, maybe 11, maybe.
Bro, when the DW fan is on your ass, it's on Russell's ass, bro. He said it. He's done this before, and he put up a visual of the Wishwell. He said he's done this before. He knows exactly this mistake he keeps doing. Get it together, buddy. Nope.
12 speaking characters in one scene. It is a clusterfuck. If you've watched Infinity War, you know the tactful, clever, and brilliant way that they get around the fact that there are almost 20 main characters and they've all got to serve equally is by splitting them off all into groups. You have the Asgardians of the Galaxy.
Insanity, dude. The game just never loaded. What the hell?
Here, it's all a story. One A story with 12 characters, and you've got to get them all in.
And I left the game, it says.
Preface, I didn't watch this episode on my own, so the recording, the reaction will not be available to members, but I did manage to catch my reaction to a few key moments, so that will be available for members, aka the reaction highlight will remain available for members, but the full raw reaction will not. And I watched it with two people I love very much, my family. And it made me enjoy it a hell of a lot more.
He said his family loved it, bro.
Far more cynical.
You believe that, Neo Gear? Do you believe this guy's family loved it? Let me clean my controller. Actually, let me do
Captain Sunny Waffles, and I've been sailing to the Sunsphere to do my first reactions to Season 2 of Doctor Who, RTD2, and Gatwa. I've been having more fun than I like to admit crapping on this show. We have a segment called Bro Hack Bingo on the Sunsphere where we try to find all RTD's tropes and propaganda shoved in every episode. I've done them on a reaction basis where I try to do it from memory, but now I want to go back through and maybe even watch Season 1 and actually play bingo. I put it all on a bingo card, so if you want to crap on it with me, first you have to watch the Sunsphere, then join the SWP Ko-Fi. You can join the SWP Grand Fleet just for $1 a month. You get access to the bingo card to play Brocat Bingo with me and support my dreams. For $2, you're a welcome crew member of the captain ship with Discord access. And $5 pledgers will be recognized pirates in their own right and commanders of my crew. Every 5 members, we will react to an episode on the spot. But again, if you want more Doctor Who content, debate, and people making sense, go to the Sunsphere, where I show up on Saturdays for reactions, and usually on Tuesdays for the Children of Time. Sunny Waffle Pirates Ko-Fi just supports me and is a way to grow the SWP. Once you get access to the Discord server, you click the link for the bingo card, you get a randomized bingo card, and you just start crossing it off. I am on the Sunsphere tomorrow, 8 o'clock UK, for the Children of Time. For the Children of Time, baby. The Sunsphere tomorrow, p.m. in the UK. There is a Children of Time tomorrow. Oh, my volume. There we go. Alright. The only thing left to do is to start shiny hunting. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Do 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 do. Look at Gatwa in this dress. That's what I'm saying, right? We told them it was gonna be bad. I've been saying since the beginning Belinda was terrible. I've seen brain dead people who like dumber shit. Do, 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 do.
Far more complaining, as if I'm not already. But I must confess that with this episode, I did have quite a good time. That is despite the very obvious structural dialogue flaws. It's like a pantomime. They have pages and pages and pages on the unit set, and I know that they're doing that because the set is expensive, so they've got to justify the costs. As a story, it stalls and is boring and so much technobabble. Mel gets more of a face-off against the Rani than the Doctor does, as if Time and the Rani isn't one of, if not bottom 3 episodes of the show ever. Garbage. Utterly garbage.
I still haven't watched Time of the Rani, by the way. And so, like, listening to him just talk shit about it. And then it's like, the whole episode was almost reliant on Mel and the Rani's relationship. Which is like, who cares? Who cares? I didn't watch Time of the Rani. So, okay. YouTube, buddy. Whoa, buddy. Just put that in the corner. What should we shiny hunt? I don't even know what the shiny hunt. I need to, you wanna meet my shinies? That is low-key funny. This OD. You wanna meet my shinies? This is the current shiny lineup I'm running. We have Carrot, the Pachirisu. Help me catch stuff. I got this from a friend I met over the internet.
Weavile. Robin. Everybody's supposed to have One Piece names, so let's see if that's true. This is my pickpocket Weavile. I have like 6 shiny Weaviles. Shiny Sneasels. I got this, my D Zebek shiny Carbink. Pretty cool. I found this recently. This is my recent shiny. My next video is gonna be this shiny hunt / reaction. It's gonna be I need to record audio just explaining why I didn't upload in like a week. I had a YouTube strike on accident. But then I shiny hunted this and I found this Vibrava. So we can evolve this guy and make him fly. Little Orange Junior. And then I don't like this shiny. I actually think it looks kind of ugly. So maybe we should change him. My favorite Pokemon to use is my favorite shiny as well. My box is a mess. It's always a mess. I never organize my Pokemon. Look, I have eggs I haven't hatched. I wish I would at least name the boxes so I can find stuff quicker. I have 2 favorite shinies. Man. And I'm never gonna find them. It's not this guy, but wait, this isn't even my shiny one. Where are all my Pokemon? Do. Where are you, McGirt? Look, these are all the trophy room. These are all my shiny Sneasels. I have more, I'm pretty sure. Maybe I traded them. I have this guy, Marco, the shiny Noctowl, because Ash has a shiny Noctowl. That's why I like this guy. You should be able to fucking move them. Why can't you turn them? Luan. This is my first shiny I caught on the account. My shiny Chansey. Look, my partner Pokemon. So these 2 are special, but these aren't even my favorite ones. Oh, shiny Hitmontop. I got this out of a Terra raid battle. And it literally happened like this. I was like, man, I won a shiny out of one of these Terra raid battles. The very next Terra raid battle, I got this guy. And I almost lost the raid battle. Ivanka, shiny Omola. This shiny is so nice. This is like my 3rd favorite shiny. This shiny is so beautiful. Maybe Team Rocket got him? Nah, not this shiny. Shiny Hisuian Voltorb. I caught 2 of these full odds at the same time. It was crazy. He's probably in the Ash box because he's an Ashmon. He's not in the Ash box, even though he's an Ashmon. Where is he? McGirt? Where are you, McGirt? What is this not shiny Carbink doing here? McGirt? Where are you, McGirt? McGirt? I can't find him. He's a rock type. Do you know who he is yet? An Ashmon, who's a rock type. Do you know? Oh shit. Honestly, that should tell you the answer. There he is. Waffles Jr.
shiny lichen rock. This shiny is rare and very hard to get. It did not take me that long. Oh, Paldean champion, yo. This is my favorite shiny Pokemon. Oh, I'm rocking Zebek. That's why I'm not running. Let's bring Marco, actually. Nope, brain, not braining. I hope not. I never complete my Pokedex, man. It's too much of a hassle. No! What's wrong with my controller, dude?
Now, I'm lucky that I was watching with people who love Mel, but in my opinion, I thought she was crap. I thought the whole thing was crap. Project Indigo! Hooray! Project Indigo's back. The CGI set piece reminded me of Season 7 Flash. It was fun. It was fun enough. You know, the flying about set piece, flying, boom, boom, chaka, back, chaka, baka. It's not what I watched Doctor Who for, right? Like, I couldn't care less. It's action for the sake of action. It's epicness without actual scale. It feels so studio bound to me, which meant it all fell flat. The Rani gets eaten unceremoniously. Mrs. Flood runs away to be a mystery box for another day. The boss, holy fucking shit, they're beyond parody. They're still dragging out these mystery boxes. Can I just put a ban on all mystery boxes? Can I just put that here now? Please stop. Omega comes back. He's retconned. Hooray, hooray. Awkward, really lame, ugly design, pretty bad special effect, anti-character, and he's defeated in an unoriginal, bland way where the Doctor says,
He didn't like any of it. He didn't like any of it.
it's back into hell because, do you get it? It's like End of Time because, do you get it? This episode is just End of Time. If I didn't like End of Time, what makes you think that I'd like this episode? This is just End of Time, but worse. Oh my goodness, Omega. I almost forgot about Omega. The lore, people, the lore. Hooray. I'm so glad I didn't do an Omega video because they just tossed that all out. So they completely retcon everything to do with Omega. I knew they would. It doesn't matter. The story of the original is far more interesting. Omega's new story is crap. He looks ugly as fuck. He has no purpose and he is dealt with in about 3 minutes because who the fuck cares? They canonized the Pythia. References to the 7th Doctor EDAs. That's what the fans were wanting. That's what we'll love. I'm sure that all of these new Who fans, they're going to be jumping for joy at the canonization of Lungbarrow. Hooray! Hooray! Omega's life is retconned and then he is turned into a lifeless, skinless husk. Is this a metaphor for something? It perfectly sums up the whole show. I don't know, maybe you need...
He called this whole show a lifeless, skinless husk. It's lifeless. It's cosplay. It's not Doctor Who.
to rehire this guy. The 13th Doctor shows up for no thematic reason. My least favourite way cameos are done. The Fugitive Doctor, that cameo was pointless. Susan, that cameo was pointless. Is that all to set up season 3? Is season 3 even gonna happen? The stuff with Poppy...
He's a non-believer now. He doesn't believe in season 3 anymore. It's insanity. He doesn't even believe in season 3 anymore. I think it's amazing. Maybe we have to watch all of his reviews in order just to see the deterioration and fast forward. This is crazy. He's not even a believer in season 3 anymore. That's insanity, dude. Even I believe in season 3.
is probably the highlight of the episode. You've got this very cool and sweet scene where the Doctor and Belinda are passing the coat back between each other until it eventually just goes into nothing. Brilliant. I never once was really invested in Poppy, but Poppy is just an absolutely adorable baby, so how could you know? Conrad is dispatched with about as much, I don't know, importance that deserved to be given in the first place. He feels like an...
He is such a Conrad hater, by the way. He is the biggest Conrad hater. I don't know why.
An anti-character, he had no reason to be there. Awkward, terrible crap villain. One of the worst in Doctor Who history. You know when Jack Robertson has you beat, that's when you know that it's rough. Jack Robertson is more subtle than Conrad. Holy fuck. What the shit? Belinda's dad doesn't even get to be seen on screen. The epilogues are so long and drawn out. And the reason the 15th Doctor dies, regenerates, is contrived and bullshit and lame. On the plus side, the direction is masterful. A lot of the shots are incredible. We are pushing the boundaries on special effects. My favourite shot, if I can find it, is this one. Just because on a technical front, it is very impressive. The characters were all incredibly rushed. Yasmin Finney literally appears out of thin air and then contributes nothing. It is a mindfuck of an episode. I could just about make out what was going on, but I didn't care. Wish World is better than this episode by quite a bit, and that is a bad sign. Oh my goodness, that Time Hotel scene. Oh my god. We go back and we have a clip show of all the past episodes, and then Anita sees 15 with Rogue. The implication was that Anita and 15 were romantic, but then he sees 15 with Rogue, and it's implied that their relationship is just so magical that Anita gave up on the Doctor. I don't know if they missed this part, but the clip that they stole from the 11th Doctor, that was from an episode called The Wedding of River Song. Who is she getting married to again? Anita changing her mind here makes no sense because Rogue was before Joy to the World.
He's destroying the logic. What is he doing? Not the logic. No. He pulled out the timeline. No. Uh-oh. You can't hack it. By the way, Doctor Sound not allowed to heal his hand in the Ring-a-Ding episode. I do to Conrad. Yeah, no. That's not how it works. There's literally a line where or Capaldi's doctor, right? Didn't he break his foot in one episode? And she was like, why don't you just regenerate? And he was like, you want me to waste regeneration energy on a stubbed toe? You know? Or on a broken foot? But yeah, that's not how regeneration energy works. So this is eye generation.
World. Joy to the World also not being a very good episode. I mean, dang. At least Ncuti Gatwa got some great last moments. He's just on top form. He's the stunning star of this episode. He's just brilliant. This is his best performance by far. He is incredible here. I also like the bit where Jodie Whittaker calls him handsome because, I don't know. And you know what? Well done. Well done, Ncuti Gatwa. You came out of this with your pride intact, with your courage intact. You came out looking like a legend. So props to him. Props to Varada Sethu, who gets an exit of all time. Ruby also gets an exit of all time. All of these characters just...
Look, he's just lying, by the way. He just got done explaining how none of the plot made sense. How none of this made sense, and everybody got shafted. There's too many characters, yet they got the exits of all time. Gatwa went out as a legend. Okay, sure. Sure.
kind of wander around and walk about, and they all randomly talk. Can I just say something, Rusty Davies? You've said this yourself. Sometimes characters don't need to talk. Sometimes no one else needs to talk in the scene. Sometimes cutting between all of the characters talking, it doesn't feel actually honest. It feels melodramatic. The Rani just standing in the middle of unit headquarters. Why does no one just grab her? The Rani in general was boring and unthreatening and redone of what we've seen before. There isn't really anything new in this story. It's all stuff that's been done before. The action is stale and flat and dry and boring. The character dynamics are similar. The emotion is lacking. The logical flow from scene to scene is lacking. The editing is lacking. The pacing is all over the place. There are sparse moments of
But they had the greatest exits of all time. All three of them had greatest exits of all time, he said. Dude, I can't play this game. Of course, I can't even shoot. shit. They got the exits of all. But the editing was lacking. The pacing was terrible. Nothing was good about the episode. But they got Gatwa went out like a legend. Like, what's wrong with him? Literally seems like back and forth. Yeah, this is the special doctor, all right.
Pretty good stuff, pretty fun stuff, and it all comes together to make a semi-enjoyable episode of Doctor Who, but for what it represents, it is, in my opinion, an abject failure, and still better than Lucky Day. I retroactively lower that episode to a 3 out of 10, and I'm going to put this one as a 4.
Doesn't that just prove that his rating system means nothing and his opinions don't mean anything? Because, I don't know, it just proves, he's like, nah, that episode wasn't a 4 out of 10, it's actually a 3 out of 10 now, so it can get worse. Like, you know what I'm saying? So everything can get worse. Like, oh, I thought that was something. I don't think it's just a cool. Well, Shiny Gramble, is it Tails or is it that team? I think it's I need to set up a pokemmo. Help me, somebody help me. Oh, this spot sucks to hunt in. Yeah, he just lowers his episodes because it's easy, right? Come on, turn on. I don't know. It just tells me he doesn't know what he's talking about. But it's like obviously he's just giving his opinion. But it's like if you're gonna give your opinion, I don't know. I try to like my opinion to make sense, and like you're just like. It makes sense why you don't like it, but like this was in past episodes. This has been going on the whole time, and you were sleeping for it. And now you're still sleeping for it.
Hooray, huzzah. The reality war. I'm sure we've got so much to talk about here. Oh my goodness. Everything this episode represents is just a shambles. You guys have already heard me rant and rave. It's enjoyable enough. It's the biggest praise I can give to it. Don't forget to subscribe. God, maybe I'm just a fucking hater. I feel drained. I feel tired. I feel overheated. And this episode changed everything, man. It changed everything. So what did you guys think? Did you enjoy it? Are you more positive on it than me? Did it really hit you emotionally? I can see that. I can see people loving this one. I really enjoyed it, but that is 90% down to the people who I watched it with. I think as a story, this one is insanely weak, and it can't ever really be that good because it is so derivative and unoriginal. It's basically just copying his own homework. In my rant video, I said that the decision to make Billy Piper the 16th Doctor kind of taints everything, and that's it depends, right? Spoiler alert, I hate it, I despise it, I'm never going to change my mind on that, but I still really enjoyed this era, and I will watch the next stuff. And you know what, I'll even watch Rusty Davies' new show that he's working on. Sounds pretty good, sounds pretty interesting. You guys
gonna watch the next Russell T Davies show too. He's gonna watch it up. Of course you're gonna watch it. Who said you weren't gonna watch it? He has all these issues, but they're not that big.
Realize that I like Rusty Davies, right? Like, I like his shows and I like his stuff, and I like this. I like this. And I liked a lot of it, and that won't change. I didn't like End of Time, but that doesn't mean that I don't love Journey's End and The Stolen Earth and all of the episodes that came prior. And same here, the reality war, it doesn't There are parts of it that make me angry. Similarly to how there were parts of the giggle that made me angry, specifically the last 5 minutes. And the bits that make me angry in the reality will make me far more angry than the giggle. But in the giggle's case, the episode was rather strong. Here, the episode is rather weak. It's just okay. It's kind of a mess. It's kind of just a clusterfuck, is how I'd describe it. But I don't hate it. The episode doesn't make me angry. And I think all anger will pass, you know? Wounds heal. Scars fade. That anger is temporary. And so I don't hate this episode. And I wouldn't even say this episode is really that bad. But for me, as a fan, it's not what I want Doctor Who to be. And this is as a fan of Doctor Who as a whole, as a fan of Rusty Davies, as a fan of Rusty Davies' Doctor Who, and as a fan of this Rusty Davies 2 Doctor Who, as a fan of all of those, separately and together, this is not it. This isn't it. And my fears have been...
Look, he's a fan of everything, dude. And he was like, this was shit. He's a fan of everything. And he was like, this is garbage. This was shit. Shiny Flygon.
Realised, because regardless of the quality of episode, I couldn't give a shit if an episode of Doctor Who is bad. In the grand scheme of things, it doesn't matter. People have made bad episodes of Doctor Who in the past. People will make bad episodes of Doctor Who in the future. It doesn't really matter. It just is what it is, right? And in the years to come, it'll be fun to go back, even to bad episodes, give them a rewatch, and just have a laugh, right? That's the joy of Doctor Who. Joy to the world, and etc, etc. But for what this story represents, and the creative decisions that it indulges in and makes, and how that sets the tone for Doctor Who in the years to come in the future, this is my worst case scenario. This is my nightmare. This is my ultimate victory, Doctor. The destruction of the show itself. Is that hyperbolic? Maybe. I'm feeling all dreary and cynical and angsty. Is this how fans felt in 1989? I guess we'll never know.
An empire toppled by its enemies can rise again, but one which crumbles from within, that's dead. Forever.
But yeah, again, what do you guys think? I'm going to be giving this one a 4 out of 10, which is just so generous. Even if you like this one, if you like Billy Piper being the Doctor, oh my god. You should be kissing the ground I walk on that I give this a 4 out of 10, if you're one of those people, okay? I am being so generous, and I give it a 4 out of 10. Don't forget to leave your comments in the description below. We might have to do 2 community reactions. We might have to do 3. All I'm saying is, the journey does not stop here. The videos will continue. In fact, they will speed up in pace. Doctor Who Season 2 may be over, but Dwfan91 has only just begun. So don't forget to leave a like, don't forget to subscribe, and a special thanks to everyone who helps support the channel. Tom, Cardboard Oracle, Silver Safi, Bunny, Zoom, Dr. Hoomst, Jack D. Murray, Vorshcom, The Instinct, Kai Keller, Renegade Time Lord 97.
Now for the 16th Doctor crash.
What the f?
Sack Russell T Davis, sack Jane Tranter, sack Phil Collinson, sack Julie Gardner, and I'll come back.
Hey look guys, it's the 16th Doctor. Come one, come all to a special type of video. Hooray, hooray. You all will be winning. You the viewers, you will be winning tonight, as I'm going to be uploading this video and then my review for the Doctor Who Season 2 finale, The Reality War. But separate to that, not only do you get my previous video where I talked about how I was concerned for the finale, you also get this as a nice little added bonus. Hooray! In that last video, entitled I'm Concerned for the Season 2 finale, I laid the groundwork for my biggest fear, my biggest fears surrounding this story, which is that less so about the quality of it, less so about the content of the episode, and more so about the tone it sets for all discussion going forward in the next 2 years at least of Doctor Who. And it ends with Ncuti Gatwa.
Neo Gear, what's your problem, dude? What? How is the Devil's Court better than Lux? Better than Mr. Ringading? At least Mr. Ringading was funny. That episode was funny. From my understanding, the Devil's Court was boring and very homosexual.
generating into Billy Piper as the 16th Doctor. Let me preface this by saying that I am such a humongous fan of Ncuti Gatwa's 15th Doctor. I've loved this era so far. I genuinely have. It was off to a rocky start with the 60th, but I've enjoyed all of Ncuti Gatwa's run, bar maybe one episode. I've loved it. I've been a big fan of Rusty Davies, always and even now. And it feels like a betrayal. I feel particularly hurt as someone who's liked what they've done for so long. I feel particularly hurt. I feel particularly betrayed. I feel embarrassed. I feel like a clown. I feel like a fool. I feel
like a clown. Because we've been saying this is fan fiction. People were saying this is trash, this is dribble, and he just went on and confirmed it, bro. Like, Russell T just confirmed it by doing this stunt cast with a companion as the Doctor. Never. But because it's Russell's, he can do it, right?
feel like a complete idiot. So, spoilers, I guess, but I hate this. I hate this decision. I hate it. It's what it represents for the show. Every single element of what it represents is just awful. It's just terrible. Okay, let's break it down. What am I talking about exactly? The decision to regenerate Ncuti Gatwa is one that I can understand. Right, he's an actor in high demand. When the Ncuti Gatwa era began, I was always under the assumption that, well, he was only going to do 2 series. I always assumed that. That's what I naturally thought. You can go back to my original videos, and I was saying that he might be one of the...
I gotta go back. I gotta go back and clip that. I gotta go back. I didn't know he said this lie in this video. I gotta go back and clip him saying Gatwa's not gonna regenerate guys, because if he would, they would advertise it. He said that word for word, I promise. I gotta go back and find that shit. Yeah. Wait. Yeah, but TV... The TV is created through images of light, Neo Gear. What? None of that stuff matters to me. The powers never made sense. None of this Pantheon stuff was created to make sense.
First Doctors who filmed his regeneration before his first episode even aired. Now we don't know if that's true because there are all those rumors about reshoots, but goddamn, I feel like such an idiot. I made a video saying, will Ncuti Gatwa regenerate? No, he won't. Of course they wouldn't. They wouldn't just randomly drop his regeneration episode without any build.
Yeah, okay, there he goes. I was like, he did say that. I guess he did. He just meant season 3, I guess. I don't know. I don't know why he said it like that. He just admitted to it right now. He said, oh, well, God will regenerate. Like, no, he won't. He said it for sure. No, he won't. They will regenerate. They wouldn't just drop it. They would advertise it.
Up. Okay, so there's layers to this. Skip to here if you want me to go full in deep and rant and rave about Billie Piper and the decision to cast her as the 16th Doctor. Before that, let's talk about the nature of rumours and leaks in Doctor Who. So it's no secret that this series of Doctor Who has been leaked to high heaven. I talked about in a previous video how I have not seen any leaks for the series, and I genuinely believe that to be true until I watched someone else's video on the topic. I watched it yesterday. It was talking about leaks in Doctor Who and how leaks have ruined Doctor Who, and it told me how much of this series had actually been spoiled and ruined for me. I had not read any leaks. I had not seen anything that was marked as a leak. No one told me that what I was reading was a leak, but I did know that The Well was a sequel to Midnight. I assumed that was a rumour. Nope, that was a leak. I was spoiled. Conrad being a villain. The Rani. I didn't think that that was real. I thought that was a meme. I thought that was a joke. We all made the joke that Mrs. Flood is the Rani. When it actually turned out to be true, I thought, wow, that's crazy, not realising that I had been spoiled. I had been spoiled. And now Ncuti Gatwa regenerating. I thought that was a baseless rumour. It was true. It was true. And the whole...
This guy is just living in a bubble world, bro. What world does this guy live in? He's like, wow, that's crazy that the Ronnie just happened to be in it. Wow, Conrad just happened to be a villain. Wow. He said, yeah, it was a sequel to Midnight. That's cool. He just, what's wrong with him? Only now, he's like, guys,
Was the season leaked for you? The season was leaked for you guys? What? I can't, bro. I can't sometimes. That's a retard alert.
All series and all of the impact of all of these key moments were all robbed from me because of these leaks. And it makes me miserable. Because last year, I didn't get spoiled at all. Yes, we could all kind of guess that Sutekh would be returning, but that's because one of the episodes had a direct homage to the Pyramids of Mars. That one didn't feel spoiled, that felt earned. I had a theory that was based on actual evidence in the text, and it was proven right, and it felt great. And now, Billy Piper, I thought that was a joke.
Bro, that was his theory. That was his theory that felt great. That was a payoff. He said, "Oh, I guessed it, Sutekh. I guessed it." The most obvious. I don't know. Oh my god, no, dude. So cringe.
Someone said that as like a real rumor, and I instantly dismissed it because obviously it's the worst possible choice you could have. I mean, that is the worst choice, I feel like, to cast a Doctor ever, right? Like, even Freema Agyeman, Catherine Tate, Karen Gillan. Karen Gillan might actually be a good Doctor. Billy Piper, it's everything that represents. I have tried to record this a few times, mostly because when I sit here thinking about what to say, I don't have a script, because this is just right after the episode. I'm mostly just sitting here in silence. My brain is bubbling away, but I don't feel anything but sadness and betrayal. There's that anger there, that brief spark, that brief flame that's so entertaining to you guys at home. But the truth is, and the reason I was so nervous about it is exactly this, because it's left me feeling empty. It's left me feeling like an idiot. It's made me the butt of the joke. I'm the Dwfan91, DW Doctor Who, my whole brand, my whole channel. I make videos every week, multiple a week. I talk about it all the time, and the joke is on me. The joke's on me, because they made Billy Piper the 16th Doctor. Get excited, people, get excited. The Timeless Child was a turning point. I remember a lot of people were angry about it. I understood the criticisms, I got it. I wasn't necessarily angry about it because they had all these caveats to it, right? They had this scene where Ryan said it doesn't change who you are. They had the groundwork for at least a solid story there. With The Timeless Child, we have seen it dissipate into nothing as coronavirus came in and tore all of the plans down. Looking back in retrospect, we are left with the ruins of a heavily flawed, not very good idea that ruptured the very foundations of canon, in quotation marks, in Doctor Who. But I always understood, and I always understood this with people who had a problem with the Timeless Child. I've defended the Timeless Child, but I've also acknowledged all of its major flaws, and its biggest isn't the fact that it messes with canon. It isn't the fact that the 14th Doctor, well, technically it's possible for a previous Doctor to come back. It's what it represents, right? It's all on the emotional level. What emotion does the story evoke? And the Timeless Child, while evoking some potential of emotion there, you can turn the idea into something cool. Division is a cool idea. There is some interesting things that can be done with a double life and all of that. What it represents is kind of the end of the old story of Doctor Who, of the Doctor being anyone, right? And I've understood that. Now, jumping ahead a few years into the future, there was the regeneration of Jodie Whittaker into the 14th Doctor, David Tennant. Now again, one can argue about the canonicity of all of it and how did the clothes change and all of these things, and I'm not saying you're wrong for caring about that stuff, just as I say you're not wrong for caring about the Timeless Child and if it breaks canon or not. But again, for me, the concern comes from the emotion and the meta element of it, the show out of the show. I made a video called A Brief Explanation of Doctor Who. It's 12 hours. It goes over the entire history of the programme, both in front of and behind the screen, because being a Doctor Who fan means acknowledging the entertainment that comes from the hybridity of that. The story of how Doctor Who has been made is just as interesting to me as the story of Doctor Who. And so creative decisions like these, they have emotional weight on both fronts. Emotional weight on the story of the show and emotional weight on the story of the behind the scenes of the show. There's a reason they're making a whole documentary next week about the 20-year history. It's entertaining. And so the 14th Doctor being announced to be David Tennant, that was a real turning point for me because it's an admission of defeat. That's why I've always hated it. You go back to the past, you grab an old Doctor, it's the most tired, shitty, scummy hack corporate decision you could ever make. It's awful. It's, before this point, the worst creative decision ever in Doctor Who. Models the lineup, it just looks awful, it's terrible. Regardless of the quality of the 60th anniversary specials, that doesn't really matter to me. That creative decision is abysmal. It's terrible. It's only gotten worse with time, but it has now been usurped because The Timeless Child was, at one point, something which I could have my criticisms of, but understand. The 14th Doctor, I had major criticisms for, but I enjoyed the giggle, I enjoyed Wild Blue Yonder, and I thought, you know what, there's potential there, you know, to bring back David Tennant, who is fun as playing the Doctor. So even though I have major qualms, it's not a deal breaker for me. And now, another 2 years have gone by, another 2 years have passed, and I'm out. The deal has been broken for me with modern Doctor Who. It's been chipped away at for the past 10 years or so. Creative decisions, consistent creative decisions that I've thought have been awful. If you guys know me, you know that I've always thought that the original Doctor Who is far superior to its revival counterpart. That said, a lot of episodes in especially the first 5 series of the show, in my opinion, can reach and rival those heights set by the original show. The examples I immediately go to: Dalek, Bad Wolf, Parting of the Ways. Impeccable stories. Yes, I have core problems with the revival and the direction it takes, but there's potential there, and it's good, it's high quality, and I get a lot from it. Then we move past the 50th anniversary, we get to the Capaldi era. Now the Capaldi era is the golden hen of Doctor Who fandom. Everyone likes to act like it is perfect. It is not. There are a lot of episodes that are incredible, amazing, Heaven Sent, Flatline, love those episodes. There are a lot that are pure dog shit. But for me, more so than any of that, more than the individual episode quality, it all comes down to the mindset behind it. Doctor Who became far too obsessed with its past. Every single episode, countless callbacks. Alpha Centauri people. I enjoy the Empress of Mars. Alpha Centauri showing up in an episode of modern Doctor Who, that marks a turning point. And despite the breath of fresh air that was Series 11, theoretically, Series 12 goes right back to all of my complaints that I had for the series. It is even more obsessed with the past. Bringing us right back to David Tennant's 14th Doctor, even more obsessed with the past. An admission, yeah, this show is washed. Why are you watching it? Watch the old ones are better. That is the meta text of this show. The decision to bring the 14th Doctor back is an admission that all of this stuff since he left is more or less a flop. That's why I hate it, that's what it represents, that's why it sucks. Series 14, again, so many people have different...
He does not name him, he know he's full of shit. I wanted him to give me one episode just so I can go back and be like, I see where he's coming from. But he couldn't even name one episode. And then look, he talks about the continual creative decisions that are just crap after crap, and then it culminated into David Tennant for a 5th time or whatever. And he knew that was wrong, but he still said, "Oh, but the season 1 and season 2 are good, guys." Right? He knew that was wrong, but you told them that they can keep doing it because you said it was good. You supported that, so now we're here. Billy Piper.
Different problems with it. I enjoyed it because even though it brought back Sutekh and had the ghoul to play the Pyramids of Mars in a new episode of Doctor Who, it was still something new, or at least it was trying to be. As time marched on, I realized just how derivative it was. And then we get to Series 15, sequels to Midnight, sequels to Robot, Think Tank from Robot, The Fugitive Doctor's back, Susan's back, the Rani's back, Omega's back. Do you remember clip shows? The 13th Doctor's back. And now, Billy Piper's back. It's the bottom of the barrel. It's the last gasp. Doctor Who's final episode before likely cancellation, at best hiatus, is an admission that we need to go back. That this new Russell T Davies era doesn't hold a candle to what came before. On that level, it is a complete and utter failure. Honing in more, diving in more to the specific decision of Billy Piper, I couldn't think of anyone worse. No one. Not one person. I would prefer if Poppy was the next Doctor.
He said Poppy could be the next Doctor. It's gonna get worse, buddy. Don't worry. He can't imagine it, but it was getting worse with Tenet.
Seriously, I can't think of anyone who I'd hate more. I'm sorry, I genuinely can't. Maybe there'll be a few people out there who are positive for this change and like, I remember her, I remember her, I remember her. All of my criticisms for all of the stuff that I've disliked, all of it has led to this moment. It is the end shitification of Doctor Who. I didn't have many problems with Series 1. As time progressed, a lot of my problems that I did have evolved and then were added upon, and then were added upon more and more, and now they've reached the climax here, with Billy Piper becoming the Doctor Who. Oh my god, it's a nightmare. It's a nightmare. When will I wake up? I hang my head in horror, in utter horror.
If you'd wanted to kill it off with a blow to the throat, you couldn't have done it more, particularly because it's like, for anyone who was of a certain generation, you would just throw your hands in horror at the very idea, you know?
This is just one factor, just to show you how I have about 100 reasons, all of which are incredibly detailed and nuanced, to explain why I despise this decision on every level. But beyond that, it brings it all full circle, it brings it back to Series 1. Series 1 of Doctor Who, Christopher Eccleston and Billy Piper, is one of the show's strongest, at least the revivals. And part of that is because it is addressing many of the complaints of the latter half of the original run of Doctor Who. A lot of the more stereotyped complaints. The main one being that the archetype of the companion is sexist. This is not new, this has been something that has never really gone away, but back in 2005, oh my goodness, it was everywhere. The big problem in Doctor Who that firmly dated it in the past was the companion, was the role that the companion filled in the story as a female assistant. Now speaking for me, I've never believed that this role is sexist or inherently sexist, or the many arguments that have been levied against it, the many criticisms. I mean, you can find papers on this stuff, but part of the reason, as I just said, that Series 1 was so good is that it addressed all of these criticisms. The easy one to point to is how they redeemed the Daleks. But another one is how they redeemed the companion, Rose. It's all about her. The story is about Rose. It is thoroughly disproving this age-old, tired, tattered, and incorrect assertion that the companion role is inherently subservient, inherently inferior, and inherently sexist by providing a character who not only is an equal to the Doctor, but is actually, in the eyes of the viewer, more important. They are our eyes and ears into the show. Rose is the reason New Doctor Who works. That attitude to character has totally reformed how the show fundamentally operates. And now we throw it all away to say, actually, being the companion, that's not as good. That's subservient. That's inferior to being the Doctor. She's got to be the actual Doctor. She's got to be the real Doctor now. You can't be important unless you're the Doctor. It thoroughly misunderstands the whole point of Rose as a character, the whole point of getting Billy Piper to play Rose. The Doctor and Rose are different characters. They fulfill polar opposite roles in the story. It's yin and yang. Forgive me for thinking about this way too hard, but it is true. The role of the Doctor and companion are not interchangeable, and both are as important as the other. The only thing which I can think
He's spinning facts.
of that's worse than making a previous Doctor the new Doctor is to make the previous companion. It can never work. It doesn't work. I despise despise it. I hate everything it represents. I also think Billie Piper lacks everything that an actor needs to be the Doctor. How is this possible? Rusty Davies too. You are somehow the first production team ever to miscast the Doctor twice. How? How is that possible? It is the antithesis of what Doctor Who should be. I hated the ending of The Giggle. I hated the 14th Doctor. That is nothing compared to this. I like the 14th Doctor now. In comparison, I do. Relatively, I do. It's the worst decision ever made in Doctor Who history, and I feel like a complete and utter fool and not being more critical and outspoken. I mean, what can I do? I go back in time and say, actually, no, I didn't like Boom. I did like Boom. I like 73 Yards. I like The Devil's Cord. I like Dawn Bubble. I liked all of these episodes. But the creative decisions are inept. They are sabotage worthy. The fact that the episode's released at fucking midnight. Holy Christ. I didn't want to hold this against the production team. I didn't want to. Screw that bullshit. The reason this show failed, the reason your show failed, is because you let it go out at midnight. What a colossal production oversight. Then you air it at 8 in the morning? Holy Christ, the baboons are running the show. These are the same people who made dramas. They made full dramas where they talked about how Doctor Who was opposite Coronation Street. I'm sorry, it doesn't stand a chance. You air your show at 8 in the morning. 3 a.m. in America. You send it out to die. I haven't talked about viewing figures.
Neo Gear, he's talking about Tennant and Billie Piper because they were previous Doctors. Like, they were previous characters before. I think those are the only two people he miscast. He counts as miscast. But Gat was 100% a miscast.
This whole time, because I talked about it briefly last year and it was depressing. It was saddening. And this year it's gotten even worse. 1.5 million. It's the future of TV landscape. You've dropped off almost 100%. You've dropped from 5 million overnights to 1 million overnights. You've dropped off 4 million viewers. Shooting Gatwa's first story was #1 on Christmas Day, topping The King's Speech. Yes, it doesn't reach 10 million, but the figures were good and they were healthy, and you tanked it. You tanked it. Grace Season 3, a middling reviewed, not well liked cop drama on ITV, releasing the same week in its 3rd season, got 1 million more viewers. How mishandled is this series? Every single production oversight. There's too much. There's too much. You reread these old DWMs and you hear Rusty Davies saying how he had to organize 8 episodes because that's what they wanted. Help me. How are they so bad at making this show? How is every decision on a production level so garbage? Everything. Russell T Davies coming back. Everything. It represents age. Decay. The insistence on not letting old things die peacefully, but to bring them back to the surface so we can see the skin melt off their bones as the passage of time relentlessly continues. It is apt that the main antagonist for this episode was a skinless skeleton with no teeth and stinking and smelling and dying, because that is what Doctor Who insists on being. It's not what I want it to be. It's not what it should be. It's not what it said it was going to be, but it's what it insists on being. This whole episode was derivative and unsubtle. Shamelessly redid the End of Time plotline without a hint of irony, even copying the 10th Doctor's line back into hell. And they bring back Billie Piper, 20 years older. Don't you like it when your childhood heroes are old and grey? Don't you like seeing Harrison Ford at 80? Don't you like seeing the Ghostbusters at 90? Don't you like seeing David Tennant with all those wrinkles and Photoshop? And he's heaving and hoeing and he can't move like he used to be. Your suit doesn't fit you anymore. Russell T Davies, he came back to tell us that he's not as good as he used to be. How demoralizing. It's not just Doctor Who, this is culture in general. This 2010s insistence, refusal to let go of the past, the Legacy sequel. Do you know what it reminds me of? I tried to watch an episode of The Grand Tour. I loved Top Gear. It was such a brilliant show, and you go back and you watch them and they're still brilliant. And you watch The Grand Tour and Jeremy Clarkson is old. He is slow, he is wrinkly with that distracting potbelly, a reminder that we will all grow old and senile one day. I actually couldn't finish the episode. I had to turn it off because it made me feel sad. Doctor Who used to be full of youth and energy.
I told you, he's sad. He's old. He's sad.
Every few years there would be a process of renewal that would shake things up, that would bring in new life. That is what regeneration is supposed to be. And in this era so far, Jodie Whittaker has regenerated into David Tennant, David Tennant has regenerated into David Tennant, and Ncuti Gatwa has regenerated into Billy Piper. An episode that canonizes the Looms and the Pythia. What are we doing? What are we doing? Why is Billy Piper the next Doctor? Russell T Davies, heart to heart, mind to mind. I don't know you. I've never claimed to know you. I don't know who you are as a person. I don't know what you act like, what you talk like, what your favorite foods are, but I know how you write. I know your creative voice, and I have been a champion of it as an audience member, as many millions of us have been. So just tell us why. Why did you think that this would be a good idea? It represents the death of the show. But those are just my initial thoughts. That is just my initial reaction, first impressions rant. What did you guys think? Did you like the reveal of the 16th Doctor? Maybe it's good that Doctor Who is going on a little break for a while. Maybe that will let us just chill for a bit. But you guys are going to be eating good. You're going to be getting this video. You're going to be getting another video. Who knows, you might even be getting another one after that. Isn't that wonderful? So don't forget to leave a like. Don't forget to subscribe. And I think the story's just begun.
He's broken. He is so broken, bro. And then the last video I have by Dwfan here. It's a 2-hour video. We're not gonna listen to the whole thing probably. Most likely. Unless, I don't know, I just start shiny hunting like a fiend. I join some people, I don't know. But the beginning of it is very Kino. He's ranting. It's a little more of what he said. It's a lot of actually what he said in his Rose rant video. But there's another person to bounce off of, so.
Is that the next Doctor can regenerate? You know, how many episodes have I had? Regeneration, and they're not really working. It's absurd.
It's just the most depressing for me because I was such a champion of this era, and then it falls into the pitfalls that we all were kind of worried it could, but we have faith that it won't just.
Hello and welcome back to the first episode, actually, of Who Talks.
Why is it muted?
I'm here with a very, very special guest. Would you like to, I don't know, reintroduce yourself, introduce yourself? I don't know.
Should I say the thing? What's
go
up, everybody, and welcome to your new show. Hooray, I'm Dwfan91.
The new stuff. So like, I've had no one to talk to about, like, you know, any of this.
Look. Doctor Who is so good right now. He was just talking about how he was like, I always want to talk about the new current season with people, but nobody watches it.
Eventually, but he has no interest in watching the new stuff. So like, I've had no one to talk to about, like, you know, any of this. So I've got a lot of thoughts. It's probably the finale and regeneration
back to me
that I thought about the most.
Yes,
it's great.
There's I mean, you say that, but then you actually look at the episode proper, and there's a hell of a lot there as well. Oh my goodness.
Yeah,
it's great.
It's weird, right? Because like every finale and every regeneration, I feel like almost basically immediately, right? Maybe like 2 days after, it's kind of like, you know, that happened, right? I just move on, right? I'll move on with my life like a regular human being. This one has been completely different. Like this one, I've been thinking about for the past few days since it happened, and I'm actually like annoyed by it, right? Like maybe not the finale itself, but the handling of Ncuti Gatwa's Doctor. It's something that's really annoyed me.
Has broken me. I feel it's safe to say that the reality war has just. I'm a veteran of the reality war. It is. Oh my god. You guys don't understand, right? I have never felt this way before after, as you say, a regeneration episode, because usually this is my favorite time to be a fan.
Yeah.
I am always my favorite parts of a new Doctor era are its start and its end. Even if the end is bad, I don't care, right? Because it means a new step forward, new stuff to be excited about, and just that kind of buzz that you get from the start. Again, it's like the full wheel has turned.
Mm-hmm.
But, and I'm sure we're going to talk about this later on, but I don't know about you, but I don't think there is anything new after this.
No, I don't think so. And I think as well, what's even more devastating is I think this era had so much promise. Like, it had so many ideas, so many cool...
You think this era had promise, he said. And they've given up. They said there's no season 3, guys.
cool
It
ideas.
literally reset.
Like,
man.
yeah.
It literally is a reboot.
That's what it's meant to be, right? It's series 1 or season 1 or whatever, right? Disney Who or whatever, like people want to call it, right? This is the new era. We've got this, we've got this, we've got that, right? Last series, right, we had Sutek, right? Which, of course, old villain, right? But I think it works. Like, you don't need to know who Sutek really is from the classic era to feel like, you know, this guy's threatening.
Yeah,
Like, the guy's
agree.
called the God of Death, right? You can understand that. This time round, I don't know. Like, the name Omega, right, doesn't... I don't know. If you're a classic viewer, then of course, you know.
They weren't even new to the show. They've watched every series, right, of Doctor Who, which is a lot. It's 15 seasons, right?
Yeah.
The investment. And not only did they have no idea, the first reaction to his name is, if he's the first Time Lord, shouldn't he be called Alpha? Because, like, obviously, I don't understand this retcon bullshit to make him the first Time Lord. His name is Omega, right? And rant aside, right, all of that, the point is, if you've watched 15 series of a TV show, you should not be at the point where you're still lost. You know what I mean? Still?
Yeah.
20 years into the show, and people who followed and watched every episode, they still don't know what's going on. Like, at a certain point, why are we still holding... the Rani was not popular when she came out, right?
Mm-hmm.
And B, that was 40 years ago, in like the least popular time of the show, right? Why is...
To be fair, there's so much ideas in Gawa Arrow. Like with any Who RTD, it would be amazing. That's what he's kind of talking about right now. It's like there's so many ideas. That's why people are just like, they're still lost. It's like, can we develop one idea, take it to its logical conclusion, then move on to another one? No?
that being brought back up? And if that was going to be brought back up, you've got to do a hell of a lot of work to make it actually important. You can't just randomly drop it.
Well, yeah, exactly.
In season 2 of a reboot. Okay, so we're talking about this reboot thing, right? Do you know what it is? Literally, again, it's the TV movie again. It's all of the same problems that the TV movie had again. And this is right after Jodie Whittaker's era, which fell into all the same pit traps as the 7th Doctor era. And then the Capaldi era has a lot of similarities to the 6th Doctor's era, right? Even down to the year-long hiatus in 1985 and 2016, right? Matt Smith and the 5th Doctor, both the youngest Doctors, new showrunner, all of that stuff. David Tennant and the 4th Doctor, that should be kind of obvious. And then the 9th Doctor and the 3rd Doctor, which are reinventions starting with the Autons and all of that stuff. It's just history repeating itself yet again.
It's like poetry, it rhymes, bro.
It's like poetry, it rhymes. Except Russell T Davies has come out time and time again for the past 20 years saying how the TV movie got it wrong. And then he makes the exact same mistakes, like to the letter. I mean, the TV... He said this in 2005. He said, it would be so stupid to bring in a lead and then immediately kill him off and replace him with someone else. That's what you did with the 14th Doctor. You brought in David Tennant and then you immediately killed him off and replaced him... Well, you didn't kill him off literally, but you took him out of the narrative to never be mentioned again, which is arguably worse.
I'm thinking about changing the Terra types of my dragons. I think I should make Flygon, Terra Electric. I have 2 dragons with level 2. 2 clone dragons with level 2. We maybe make Flygon Electric and why is this thing alive? And Little Origin.
typing that I thought was good, and I forgot what it was. Poison? Little Orzina can be poison? Because it's immune to psychic normal, right? So if I terrestrialize, I pick up the poison typing. But then I still have immunity, or levitate, still. And then this one with electric, just because electric and levitate, that's a pretty good combo. I just need moves to go with it, right? Like, I wish I had a good electric move that I don't have to run Terra Blast. Electric poison? I was about to say, I think you get Thunder Punch. I think this is dope. And then he needs a poison move. You get Thunder Fang. Interesting. I'd rather have a poison move though. I don't think he gets a poison move. I need like Gunk Shot or something. Yeah. I want to run poison on this though, because then it baits in psychic types, and if I'm faster with Scale Shot, yeah, then I can take out psychic types with Crunch. That'd be huge. I have to run Terra Blast on it though. I don't think he gets a poison move anyway.
Which I've got lots on that later as well, because like it's ridiculous how like two finales, right, especially the reality war, right?
Oh my god!
It doesn't work. It doesn't work. Like we're talking about how the Doctor's doubts, right? Apparently, according to the Wish World, right, is meant to be breaking down the barrier, right? There's another fucking Doctor there.
Yeah,
there is literally another Doctor.
Right? Yeah.
Surely that's got to be like, how does that not come into the plot? How does that not affect it?
You know what I find kind of saddening, right? People say, oh, well, maybe he was off-world. Am I the only one who is equally, if not more, interested in a series where the Doctor and Donna are off-world trying to get back to May 24th than I would be for this Doctor and Belinda, right?
Yeah.
Like, I'm sorry, but that is just more intriguing because I care about those characters more, which shouldn't be the case because this should be a new era. That comparison shouldn't even be allowed to happen. But again, we team up with an American distributor or whatever, and oh my goodness, just all of the same problems. The TV movie, I love it, right? And I do like this era as well. But starting with Skaro and then a narration of the Time Lords and all of that, that's not how you get a new audience. And here, bringing in two Ranis for a two Ranis joke, which to be fair was funny, and then Omega, and then doing all of this Time Lord shenanigans, no one fucking cares, bro. Like, if I don't care, imagine like a new audience. It's just complete nonsense. Exactly. This is coming from someone, Rusty Davies, who said the Timeless Child was too wordy. I mean, I agree.
Like, yeah.
But like, how do you
and the thing is with the Rani, right? Like, to a certain extent, happy to see her back. But, like, the way you should have gone about it, right, is she should have been, like, a shitter of the week, right? If you want to go down that road. Just bring her back in a random episode. Like, I would have been happy there. Because, not, like, you know, she's not this big threat or whatever. But you can introduce her as, you know, another Time Lord. You literally, that's all the context you need. She's a scientist.
Time Lord, and then she could die, and then the Doctor can be like, I'm the last of the Time Lords. And that's how you set that up, instead of just the Doctor saying it again and again, even though we know it's not
being all
true.
dramatic. Yeah, it could really work there. But setting her up, like, my eyes rolled when that reveal and that awful God by Generation at the end, especially because Anita Dobson,
than the Billy Piper effect, somehow.
But because Anita Dobson, she should have been the main one. She was I'm not like, I don't talk about people's acting, right, necessarily, unless it's like egregiously bad. But I was way more invested in.
We don't want to criticize anybody in media. We never want to criticize anybody in media. That'd be terrible.
In her as a character, right? As like someone we've seen for the past 2 years.
She's better as a character and a villain, but Punjabi is better as the Rani, right? So if she's really good. Rani, she should have been the Rani. Yeah, and Mrs. Flood should have been a separate villain.
And that's what's unfortunate is like you've got attached to this version of what we now know as the Rani, right? Mrs. Flood. For the past 2 series, and then we've just introduced a brand new one. Like, realistically...
I rewatched the Church on Ruby Road. There's no way she was meant to be the Rani.
Oh, no. No way.
It makes no sense. Ironically, I had a great time with the church on Ruby Road because it reminded me of that excitement in 2023 where it's like we could be going on to something, brand new. And then it was just the same thing again and again.
Yeah,
and I just feel so sad. I feel so betrayed because, as everyone knows, I've been such a champion of this era to the very last second. And then, what's crazy? All of this stuff that we're talking about, I might be able to, obviously I'd still have problems with it, but I might be able to, give it a slight pass if it didn't immediately backtrack and say, actually, you guys were right, this does suck Billy Piper.
Yeah, it's just so unfortunate because, I remember when I first saw, the Church on Ruby Road, and I'm going to be real, right? Do not like that episode, right? That was just my personal opinion.
Right? It's
but
not that good.
Shooty and Millie Gibson, I thought they had something there, something really good that would, at least with Shooty go on for maybe, 3 years, maybe, realistically, 3 seasons, depending how it goes, right? To cut him off this short, and that's my issue with it, right? Is that Reality War has a bunch of issues that we of course talk about, but my biggest issue is that he's had his arc cut short, and I think what annoys me more, right, is out of all the returns and stuff of like Omega and the Rani and all these other characters, the one I cared about most was Susan, and she got fucked over. She got completely fucked over.
Got cut
the
out
most interesting one. Look, even people who are new fans could understand. Well, that's the Doctor's granddaughter. That's a really easy concept, right, to understand. You don't have to be an old viewer or a classic who enjoyer to get that and feel excitement about that, right? That's something that's built up over the past 2 series for Ncuti Gatwa's Doctor. And she gets cut out for a regeneration because, unfortunately, Ncuti Gatwa, maybe he's got other opportunities or whatever. He doesn't want to go forward with being the Doctor. He isn't going to go forward.
That apparently Ncuti Gatwa had to turn down a perfume commercial that would have paid more than his entire tenure as Doctor Who. They had to turn that down because he was committed to Doctor
Who. You believe this, Neo Gear? He said Gatwa had to turn down a perfume commercial, or he's putting a show for a perfume commercial. You believe this nonsense? It paid more than all of Doctor Who, which makes sense because you look at Gatwa's acting.
Doctor Who.
And it's awful. And hearing as well, I don't know if you heard about that scene that was apparently there. Of course,
yes, I have.
Take it with a grain of salt with Susan, right? Being watching over as a party or whatever, right? From that leaked photo of whatever. That sounds fine. I would take that. And it's going to
that would have been a good
sets
ending.
up the 3rd season. I would have loved that, right? It really sets it up. But instead, and we can actually go over this now, right? Before actually taking a look at the Reality War, is we're left with no conclusions to the Susan arc, which I don't think will get any continuation if the show goes forward. I don't think it will. Then the Pantheon, which is something that I got really invested in. I thought it was a great idea. It doesn't go anywhere. It will not go anywhere. Sutek, amazing. We set it off with Neil Patrick Harris as the toy maker.
He was so good.
Enjoyable. Look, Jigs Monsoon and the Maestro stuff wasn't personally to my taste, but was fine. It was still enjoyable.
I thought it was fun. Stuff was brilliant. I think
Lux was amazing.
Mr. Ring-a-Ding has ironically taken a life outside the show.
Yeah, he blew up on everywhere. 40 million views of short and stuff. And the Pantheon was a very interesting idea. And of course, one of my favourite characters of all time, my favourite villain, the Trickster, who I've always wanted to return. He got name dropped. I really thought that's where they were going to take this, right, with the whole Wish World stuff.
I really did.
Yeah, and it would make sense.
The point of the Trickster, right? But I of course had the theory that Mrs. Frog would be the god of wishes, and I know it's childish to be oh, I'm salty, but I feel like everything, even in Wish World, is kind of setting up this storybook aesthetic, and the Church on Ruby Road and the Star Beast, they both start with Once Upon a Time, and there's all this talk about stories across the whole past few seasons, and I am salty that didn't turn out to be the case, but I'm more salty that nothing in the Pantheon, apart from a baby, I suppose, which is, it's not the worst idea in the whole world, but at the same time, Omega Rani, it doesn't thematically fit with the stuff that we've got here. I know a lot of people had problems with the Pantheon, but I think it's genuinely a really good idea.
Yeah, really good idea. And my thing is with the Trickster's a villain that I think again with the Rani and Omega, right, is how they've been brought back doesn't work. But if you put back the trickster and, you know, immediately Wish World, right? He grants wishes, or like what you know what I mean, right? Like how his abilities work.
It's
really
a deal
easy
with
to
the devil,
explain.
right?
Yeah, exactly. It's really easy to it's an easy concept, right, to understand.
You could say Conrad made a deal with the devil, right, to
yeah.
get his world. But Conrad is being tricked, obviously, and the easy way to defeat the trickster is the same way you do in every story: is you convince Conrad to go back on his deal, right? Like that's a full story right there, right?
Yeah, and it works. It works, and as well, you don't have to have him as a big fucking CGI monster. He can just be like how disgustingly scary he was for a kids' TV show, right?
I mean, you can redo the design, but not in that CGI way. You know what I mean? Like
just
if they
update
wanted
it,
to,
you know
you
what
could
I mean?
update
Yeah.
the design, but you don't need to do it in that way. I think the reason Omega hurts isn't necessarily because it's a CGI design, right? Hear me out. But it's because it's just another one after Sutek. Like it's the second best. Like if you look at the Sutek design, that like. I understand people have a problem with it, right? I get it. As a classic fan, I get it, right? But it is a good design, and that concept art is amazing, and the effects work is really quite impressive. And he's
I love it, yeah.
snarling beast. And then you look at Omega, and he's ugly as fuck. He looks like that Scooby-Doo the movie guy. You know what I mean?
And
Like,
with
it
Sutek
really
as
is
well.
quite a bad effect.
Well, yeah, and with Sutek, you can look at him and go, like, you know, compare that and go, I can understand, like, similarities here, right? It does look a bit like Sutek. His characterization is still intact. They didn't character assassinate him there. He's still, like, the same motives, like, you know, bringing back, you know, the amazing voice actor, right? Just amazing, right? Amazing guy, right?
Iconic voice lines, even if you didn't like Empire of Death, which I think both of us were a lot more keen on it than like the majority of people.
I really love that episode. Like, it's got its issues, of course, right? The fucking screen or whatever, right?
Yeah.
But really enjoyed that episode, and unfortunately, I think it does get a bit of a flack. I can understand why, but still really enjoyed it. And you know, Sutek I think is really menacing, really great.
I think if you just rearrange like the order of some things, right? Like we find out who the mother is as the same time as Sutek does, instead of in the epilogue after, right? You don't even have to change the reveal, then I think it just works a lot better. But as a story, I think it's not that bad. Seriously, I think it's pretty good.
And then compare that to like Omega, who's on screen for less than 3 minutes. He's not the same character. It's just the name. He's got the same name.
Yum yum.
Yeah. Yeah. He eats the fucking Rani. Like it's unbelievable. He's not the same character. He just has the name.
Well, it's because it's meant to represent, you know, the original sin, because Time Lords are now meant to be colonialists, and so Omega's being reinvented into all of that, which maybe would be a decent idea if you wanted to do a different character. Personally, I don't think it's a good idea in general. But with Omega, like, there are clear contradictions where it's like, oh, they cast him out, and it's like, well, no, he was a pretty cool guy. Everyone was like, Omega, yeah, he's a pretty cool guy. It's a shame what happened to him, right? And then Omega was like, I need revenge because they all abandoned me, but everyone just thought he died. You know, it's like he was a great guy. He really helped, and then he died. You know, it sucks that he died. So I don't understand where this whole thing came from, except he wanted to make a thematic point, except it isn't relevant to any of the other themes of the story, so it just comes out of nowhere and just feels really shoehorned in a way where it's like new audiences who don't know who Omega is are going to be like, what's going on? This doesn't really fit. And new and old viewers are going to be like, hang on, that's not Omega. And it's like, well, why did we even change it? There's so many weird kind of plot inconsistencies where it does nothing for a new audience, and for a classic audience it like directly takes them out. With the Rani's searching for Omega's body, even though famously, like, this isn't like a thing that you can miss if you watch Omega's episodes, right? He doesn't have a body. That's the twist. The twist is he doesn't have a body. Right?
Look
like,
at Arc of Infinity. It's his whole fucking... it pisses me off. And like, I would have an issue with the big CGI thing if you just remove the...
I love how they can recognize the plot holes, and then they're confused on why the show's bombed and like it doesn't work. Why people don't want to watch it.
Name Omega and make it just the Time Lord's original sin. Their first experiments.
Right? Like,
Big fine.
You can have that idea there and just not have it to Omega. Now, the idea itself, in my opinion, is not that interesting, but the idea of the whole Wish world is also not that interesting to me in the first place. Like, was it? I think it's because and this is similar to a lot of the problems with this era. The best parts of this era is when it deviates entirely from the past. And then the big cons are when it just does the exact same thing again. And I said this in my video, right? And I'm sure everyone noticed, but the similarities between this two-parter and then the Sound of Drums and Last of the Timers and all of that is like almost too blatant to be ignored. I thought it was a parody when the Rani pulled out like music in the last episode. It's like,
it's just...
are you doing that just because that's what John Sim did, right? Like, if we know that it's similar, you don't need to go above and beyond to make it even more similar.
Yeah, and like the Sound of Drums Utopia and like Lost of the Time Lords, probably like, you know, I know it's not an official 3-parter, right? But as like a 3-parter, it's my favorite set of episodes, right? Like in consecutive run, I love them. Very good episodes. Like I love those episodes.
And then you look at the Interstellar Song Contest, Wish World, and the Reality War, and you think, oh, we got it at home. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like, why can't there just be? I know that he has new story ideas because you look at Lux, right? And I mean, The Well is a sequel to Midnight, right? So it's kind of in that same vein of what I'm talking about. But as a story, it isn't aping the same like plot structure, bar for bar, beat for beat, that Wish World and the Reality War are doing. And for me, right, obviously the episodes, they don't really work on a moment-to-moment logical basis, right? But beyond that, the problem is just how unoriginal they are, for me. And it isn't even just to like RTD1's era. This feels like a poor man's Empire of Death, right? Thematically, it's also, I mean, line-wise, it's stealing from End of Time, where the Doctor tells Rassilon, you know, back into the Time War, back into hell, and then here he says to Omega, back into hell, and it's like, can you stop copying yourself, please?
And that's how you bring back like you know, an old Time Lord that realistically no one gives a shit about, like who is an older fan, is the way they did with Rassilon. They didn't name drop him and go, oh god. They name drop the Time Lord, something that's been built up, right? Over the past 4 series, something that the audience actually gives a shit about because it's been built up so much. Could you imagine instead of name dropping the Time Lords, they name drop Rassilon? The audience would go, who the fuck's that? Why have you name dropped him?
Was it for me, right? It's so odd. Seeing season 2 where the Rani is the main big bad, because I mean I know it's been a meme since pretty much 2010, right? When's the Rani coming back? But it's basically the equivalent of bringing back the fucking Vervoids, right? Like no one liked the Rani really, right? Time of the Rani is one of maybe the worst episodes like fucking ever. This is like 30 years from now there's a new reboot. And everyone's like, can you bring back the...
It's kind of sad to see they have self-awareness to know something is wrong, but not what. I don't know. They even know what's wrong. Look, they're like, why are you copying this? I'm not kidding. Why are you so many characters? They're pointing y'all problems with the season, but they just can't say it's bad for some reason. You know, like that's the weird part for me. I'm like, just admit it's bad, but this is why I need some poison parasite, by the way. Little Orange Jr. get fucked up now. All my Pokemon. Oh, I'm an idiot. I earthquaked. I forgot. Nice fake out.
The villain from Praxeus. Right? It's like, well, that's a thing from the past. But like, people didn't really like Praxeus, and the villain isn't really that intriguing. Like, oh, but there's such an interesting idea there to be told with microplastics, and it's like, is there? Is there really? Is it just
about the fucking Autons? Fucking, you know what?
I mean, what is it? I have a lot of problems with the episode, but I think that the reason they are so exemplified is that ending, where realistically, right, if it was just a bad episode, I can say, you know what, every now and then we have bad episodes, right?
Yeah.
And I can look over it, and it doesn't really have lasting consequences, and yeah, it's a bit of a mess, but and I still think this, even with all those criticisms, it is kind of an enjoyable mess for those first 30 minutes of action. In that you watched it in the cinema, I'm sure there was like a buzz in the audience around you that you could feel.
Oh yeah, definitely.
It's the kind of the Rise of Skywalker effect where you're like, so nothing makes any sense. All this is kind of bad, but you know, you can kind of enjoy it, right? Like, there's a little bit of action, and then I don't need to watch the film again, right? But then you go into the reshoots, and it's impossible to ignore all of the stuff before now, because that's all we have, right? Because there's nothing to look forward in the future to, because I don't know where you are on this, but I personally don't think that there will be a next episode, right, of the show. I think it ends here. And so the only real next course of action is to look back on that final episode and then to judge it as a final episode. And as a final episode, it's emblematic of every single thing that the modern show has struggled with, which is just obsession and rehashing of the past on every level. In the text, outside the text, the structure of the story, the character dynamics, all of it. Even down to Kate Stewart's bizarre line, "I think we're all your children." That's just another rehash.
So bad. It's
one of the worst lines of
bro.
the show.
Wasn't that weird as fuck? And then they cut to the doctor grooming Belinda some more. Like, what the hell?
But it's just trying to ape a better story again. And it's like...
Well, like, I was sitting there, like, in the cinema watching it, and, like, you know, and it shows up with the time door. Don't mind that, right? A lot of people have been shitting on it. I don't mind it too much, right?
It's
like, I can see the issues. It's goofy, whatever. It's not too bad, right? I can kind of look past that. I don't mind their character as well. It's fine. You know, her going to past episodes... Oh, I like that. That's all right. I don't mind that. Right, looking for the Doctor. You know, that's the fan service, which is like I can accept. I like.
The reason I give it a pass is because she sees Rogue as well. If it was just past episodes and nothing from this era, I'd be like, well, what the fuck?
Yeah, it'd be pointless.
Yeah.
But and then we go on, and I just feel like the issues build, right? And then we get to like the reshoots and stuff. And yeah, I'm very split on if the show will be coming back or not. Because on the one hand, you know, well, look, I feel like maybe they have to do at least one more special or whatever. But then as well, I can't remember where I read this, but like about bringing it back to the beginning, right? Ending like, you know, we start with Rose or like Billie Piper's face, and we end with Billie Piper's face, and it just doesn't fill me with confidence that we're going forward, right? This was meant to be the reboot. It wasn't meant to be the end of New Who. The 60th anniversary where David Tennant's sitting in that garden and he says he's never been more happy in his life is meant to be the end of like New Who, right? That's meant to be the end of that era, and it makes sense. I don't mind the ending. I think that's fine. I think it's got its issues, but like I prefer that ending to
what to this one.
Yeah,
Well,
like if we're ending off the era.
The reason why I hate it is because it's basically what this is, right? Which is an ending, right? It's an ending to the show, right? Realistically, Doctor Who could end with the Doctor settling down and doing all of that. I personally think it's massively out of character, like real blatant character assassination and just really shit for the show, right? But then it does it anyway in the reality war. So it probably should have just ended in the giggle, right? Because that is the ending of that era. And I hate that because I hate the idea of Doctor Who ending, which is why I hate this, because I hate the idea of Doctor Who ending. But this is worse.
10 times worse. If the show like ended on David Tennant saying he's never been happier, right? I would be like, well, I don't want it to end, right? But like, I would be more satisfied because we've got a conclusion, right? It feels like there's a kind of a conclusion there.
Would be happier. I would personally be completely distraught and filled with rage.
Yeah.
And I must admit, I'm kind of petty in that way. Everyone else being kind of happy and being like, yay, Doctor Who can end, and oh, what a perfect ending. That would make me kind of pissed off, because I just hate the idea of that Doctor Who ending. I personally think survival's the best way to do it. But woohoo, hot take, right? Of, oh, they just walk into the wilderness and then they keep going on adventures forever. Because I think that's the joy of Doctor Who, right? Now, that doesn't mean I want everything to go on forever, because each Doctor's incarnation must begin and end. But the overall story of Doctor Who being a madman in a box who goes off in time and space, I think that can go on forever, right? I don't mean the 7th Doctor should go on forever or the 10th Doctor should go on forever, but the story of Doctor Who can go on forever because that regeneration is inbuilt into the DNA of the show that will keep it being new, right? But with that ending, right? If it did end there, I'd hate it. Now it ends here, right? And everyone is like, oh my goodness. Well, not everyone. A small minority of people are like, oh my goodness, I can't wait to see where it goes next. And I just hate to break the news to all of them. It's like, it's not going anywhere next. This is exactly what happened in 1989. They never announced that it was cancelled.
Yeah. History's a game. I just immediately gave up. They said it's never going anywhere. Never? I need to change my terror types. I want to change them now. Yeah, the moon blast. Well, it's poison. I need to change my terror type. Triple dragons got cooked. My dragons got absolutely cooked. Outsped and outcooked.
Right? They just said, oh, it's going to be on hiatus. And then they just never came back to it. And there were constant rumors throughout 1989, all the way up to 2004, where it's like, oh, there's stuff in the works. Oh, there's going to be things happening. Oh, there's going to be this and that, right? And there was kind of stuff releasing. And I think maybe there'll be, like, similarly to Dimensions in Time, a Children in Need special that will be garbage, right? And will... I don't know, you know what I mean? But we won't actually have Doctor Who back for a very, very long time. It's basically the Wilderness Era too, but they can't say anything because they've still got to make the war between the land and the sea. So if they came out now and said Doctor Who's done, then that would just shoot that in the foot and screw that over. But the main thing where it's like, it's just inarguable is the fact that there hasn't been a press release with Billie Piper, right? We're a week almost. No, we're not a week. We're like half a week from it. No word.
Well, the most we've had is that interview, right, with RTD and then Billie Piper's comments about, oh, who is this person? Who is it? Oh, no. I just don't give a shit. I don't care who it is. I don't
give anything. I've got no interest. There was... Someone sent this on the Discord server. BBC Wiltshire's Instagram said, Swindon's Billie Piper is the next Doctor Who. It got 30 likes and then was maybe deleted because it was probably a mistake. But that's the only official notice that we've gotten on whether or not Billie Piper is the next Doctor Who or not. And it's completely irrelevant, doesn't matter. And it's just really demoralizing because I'm in grief. Right, all of this rage and anger and stuff like that, you know what I mean? Where I'm like, oh, the reality, well, this part didn't make sense and this part didn't. It's just coming from a place of grief because I didn't want my show to end. You know what I mean? I love Doctor Who, and you know, it's kind of a part of me. I am the Dwfan91. It is in the name, and so it going away, especially after so much promise and basically a near consistent run of 16 stories, 18 stories, however you want to call it, right? And then it goes out on such a whimper with the final frame being Billie Piper's "When the Imposter is Sus" smile.
And she talks directly to the audience. Yeah, like...
Oh, hello. You get it?
Yeah,
that's what David Tennant said. You get it? That's what David Tennant said. Oh
but
my
like,
god!
Look, with David Tennant's regeneration, like on David Tennant's regeneration, with the 14th Doctor's regeneration, right? Oh yeah, sorry about that. But with the 14th Doctor's regeneration, I was less like whatever. Like I like that. Like again, right? Like a lot of people say, you know, fan wank or whatever. But I can wrap my head around it, right? And I think we might have spoken about this last time.
It's not really a comparison, right? Doctor coming back to being
because
the Doctor.
It's been like hinted at, right?
Is obviously like everyone knows since like their very first watch of the show, right? Just as like a gut instinct, right? If you are a fan, right, that companion Doctor fan casts are just all crap. Like we just know that, right? Like if someone came up to you I don't know how old you were when Matt Smith was leaving in 2013, but however old you were, and say Karen Gillan's going to be the next Doctor Who, you would obviously say, no, she's not. Because obviously she's not. That's like the dumbest thing ever. Right, I'm sorry, and people were saying, oh, but if it was Jenna Coleman, obviously not, man. I don't understand this stuff where people are saying, oh, but if it was the right one. No. We all know this, right? And we've always known this. And it's like when you read these people, it's like, oh, this is who's going to be the next Doctor. And it's like, well, obviously they're not going to be, right? Except now it's like the worst case scenario. In my opinion, I can't think of anyone who's worse, right? And I hate on a fundamental level. And then people saying, oh, but she was good in Doctor Who before. It's like, yeah, but she was in Doctor Who before as like a main character, right? That would be like, I don't know. It would be like if Katie Manning came back to be the Doctor, right? And
it's like it wouldn't make any sense.
It's not only does it reek of desperation, it reeks of like pure carnal desperation, where it's like we are disregarding everything. We've got no standards, no fucking nothing, right? We are doing absolutely anything to just say, do you remember this, right? Because, okay, so the reason I didn't like David Tennant as the 14th Doctor, even though I understood it was an anniversary thing, is because of the precedent it's set. So retroactively, I'm kind of being proven right, but I don't want to be proven right. And here, when people say, oh, it's the same as Peter Capaldi coming back or Colin Baker coming back, it just so isn't, man. Like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills, because ever since I was like maybe 2 or 3 years old, since I could very first conceptualize like communication and opinions on what I was watching, right? Obviously, a companion turning into the Doctor doesn't make any sense. That's not how that works, right? It just it doesn't fit with the logic of the show, of like the meaning of the show. The companion and the Doctor are two different roles. You can't interchange them, right? And people, I got this comment saying, Billy Piper played Cassandra very well in New Earth. And I thought, well, A, I don't like that episode. B, that's not how that works. And C, what the hell are we even talking about here?
It's just not comparable. It's not the same.
I feel like I'm losing my mind because I feel so viscerally about this. And I look around at everyone else and they're saying, oh, you know, she could be pretty decent. It's like, no, she can't. Obviously she can't. This isn't how these companions work, right? David Tennant, I really didn't like him coming back, but I've seen David Tennant be Doctor Who before, right? So I'm not like, oh, he's gonna be terrible. I'm just like, I don't like what this means for the show, right? Billy Piper plays the companion. We already know that Rusty Davies' ideology on this is there's no point on bringing someone back if they're going to be different. That's what he said in the commentary track for the Star Beast and the Giggle. He said it would be stupid to bring David Tennant back for him not to be the same. So Billy Piper's going to come back to be the same. What's the point there? Billy Piper never played the Doctor, she played Rose. Why don't you just bring Billy Piper back as Rose if you're going to do that then? I mean, I'm ranting here, but that's because that's what this is, right? This podcast's a rant. You know what I mean?
No, I get it, man. And like, with her coming back, not only does it set a bad precedent, like, I guess, like, of course I get your issues with, like, David Tennant's 14th Doctor, right?
Welcome back, Real Gear, welcome back.
But with that, like, for me, like, my rationalization is, look, this has been brought up for the 50th anniversary, right, with Tom Baker as the curator, right? He mentioned about, you might revisit a couple of old faces, right? That's the line that, like, always sticks in my head, right? Is that I can rationalize this. It makes more sense, right? I can get him going back to like faces, you know, and then like whatever, right? I get that. I can get that 100% more. But here, I just don't get. I don't like get work it. You know, it doesn't make any sense, right? And I saw someone try and rationalize it by like, well, you know, you say a companion can never be like a Doctor or whatever, but look at Elizabeth Sladen as like a Sarah Jane, and you know, she's got a Sonic, she's doing all this, but it's like it's completely different because she's not the Doctor. She isn't the Doctor. She's playing a Doctor-like role, right? She's playing that type of role for her like, you know, her family and these companions that she's got, like her friends, right? But she's not the actual Doctor, right? She's just not. She's just got certain character traits and stuff because she's a friend of the Doctor. When she's in Stolen Earth and Journey's End, she's not the Doctor there, is she? Like, she's completely different. Like, you know?
It's a blatantly dumb comparison. And I feel like I understand where all these people are coming from. I don't want it to be like a kind of... obviously, it's not personal because no one's mentioned anyone by name. But I don't want anyone who likes the decision to feel attacked, because I understand where it's coming from, because it's coming from a position of cope, where it's like, well, I want the show to keep going, I want it to continue. And where I'm coming from is a much more pessimistic and, in my opinion, honest, because I wouldn't say it if I didn't believe it, because obviously I want the show to continue as well. But I don't think the show is going to continue, because otherwise they would have said anything. You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Like,
Well, no, yeah.
anything. And so if this is the end, and there isn't any wait for who she's going to be or any of that, or wait for an explanation, right? Not only would I not care for an explanation, there isn't going to be a next episode. You're just meant to judge it on this, right? This is what you're meant to judge it as. And also, I hate it. I do. I think it's a perfect representation of all of the flaws of the past, maybe even 13 years of the show, going back all that way. It's been a power creep, right? Because I think we can both agree, the 14th Doctor, I had my problems, but it's just nowhere near on the level of this. But it's the same problem. It's just that problem has been growing and growing, right? Like, Doctor Who is too lore-reliant, right? Doctor Who is too lore-reliant. Then Series 12, Doctor Who is really too lore-reliant. Then we get Power of the Doctor, which I enjoyed the episode, and it didn't really matter because it was a finale, right? And not many people were watching. But with the 14th Doctor specifically, it's like, that is really lore-reliant. Then we get Empire of Death, which is nowhere near on the level of this. But I do understand, right, the Tales of the TARDIS, Pyramids of Mars shown down screen. That is lore-reliant. And then we get here, and it's like, that is really, really, really lore-reliant. We've been telling you nicely, this is the final straw where it's like, stop relying on lore, right? We've been telling you for years and years and years and years, and it's just more and more doubled down until the eventual point where, in my opinion, I hate to use the term jump the shark, but it's to the point where me, as someone who loves basically 99.9% of Doctor Who, I just can't be invested in that story decision and what it means for the show's future in the decades going beyond. Now, what I would be happy with is, say, kind of just forgetting that it exists, and so the novels and comics and all that continue on with Ncuti Gatwa as the Doctor, which is the non-selfish way to do it, right? But if expanded media comes out with all of that, I just think, what a middle finger, you know? What a, as my dad says it, leaving a shit on your way out, you know what I mean? It's like, well, we're going to take Ncuti Gatwa away, we're going to have this kind of really rushed and kind of fuck you-ish reshoot where we kick him out the door, then we bring in Billy Piper, and we don't go out with dignity, right? We go out with a full whimper in a desperate bid to try and maybe get the BBC to commission more, which just is never going to happen. They can't afford it without a streamer, and it's just so sad. It makes me so sad, man. You don't understand, right? It's because I want to be on its side so much, but it's made so many consecutive decisions where I can't be on its side, not when it says this and does this and who it's appealing. Doctor Who's meant to be for 8-year-olds, right? Make stuff that's exciting for 8-year-olds. Stop making stuff that appeals to, fans who've been around for 40 years or something. I'm a classic Who fan. Don't appeal to me. I'm saying don't appeal to me, right? I don't want you to appeal to me, because when you try to appeal to me, we get stuff like this, right? Try and make something exciting for a kid again, right? Try and make a fun, well, it doesn't even have to be fun, just a thrilling, exciting Dalek story, right? The best episodes, in my opinion, are the ones that I think aren't made for me, right? So 73 Yards wasn't made for me, right? That was a story made for basically Russell T Davies. It was a story Russell Davies wanted to make for himself. But I could feel that passion, and I could see that quality and the energy that brings out in him. And so I liked it. Clearly, this reality war, right? I've seen a lot of people say, oh, this is Russell T Davies' favourite type of story. It obviously isn't, because he said he never wanted to come back to Doctor Who again. And he's already rushed off to a new show to tell the types of stories that he wants to tell, which are more personal and grounded, right? And not sci-fi-y. But he did this, and he brought the Rani back, a character which we know he doesn't like. He's gone on record to say that he thinks Arc of Infinity was like a turning point in Doctor Who, where it got too fanish and he didn't like it, right? But he does all of that stuff because he thinks think it will appeal to someone like me, and it just all crumbles down. And that's my big problem with this show. Sorry for the massive rant. Please forgive me, but still.
No, it's all good, bro. And I mean, going as well, just quickly back to like the fact that if the show doesn't come back or whatever, even if it does, realistically, it's gonna be about 2 years until we see anything, right? That's a long time, right? A long way on fucking Billy Piper's bad CGI edited face. Not of course, not calling her actual face bad, but you know what I mean. Onto Shooty's body, yeah, where fucking Shooty Gatwa's neck is still there. You can still see it. It doesn't.
The chin and the hair's popping out in the background.
2 years to
Arguably,
wait for
you can
that.
still see
It's
his
insane.
head behind her, like this.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's awful. And like to leave that image
the
there.
VFX artists too much.
No,
because they had a real crunch because those were shot like 3-4 months ago. The Billy Piper bit was shot in March, right?
Yeah.
June. So yeah, poor guys. I mean, dang. But it's just such a terrible image, even theoretically, to be the last one for ages at least.
Well, and that's what I meant as well, right? Is that like let's say like Doctor Who and of course like whatever took a hiatus after like that scene in the garden, right? Just thinking about it logistically of like an image, right, to leave you on, right? Of course, like nothing like else, right? Is that like would I rather be left on an image of the Doctor just there with Donna Noble, a very popular companion, right? We got this idea of Wilf and whatever.
When it starts to cannibalize itself, and when RTD said he wasn't going to rely on old lore, and when RTD says like, oh, we're trying to reach a new audience, then lore is bad, right? The show should be able to stand on its own. If you're trying to reach this new audience or have this fresh new start, and that's what he feel like he was promised, right? The fresh new start. They rebranded season 1. He doesn't even call it season 1. He calls it 14 and 15. So it's like it's supposed to be this fresh new start, but it's so reliant on the past. Makes it hard. I like all older shit because as a kid, how dare you try to say old is bad? They don't know what they're talking about, Neil.
And there is it's unfortunate, but like whatever.
It would be
leaving it on this image.
Like, it would be a fan favorite way to end it, right? It wouldn't appeal to me, but I'm not really talking about that now because
right?
Fans would love it in the same way where I don't like Twice Upon a Time, but fans do like that story, right?
Yep.
And it would be a way, like a way to end it where fans would enjoy it. How about this, right? There's a 2-year hiatus after that, and then season 1 and 2 come out combined as one 16-episode series.
That's what they should have did.
Would that be better? I think so.
That's what they should have did. Then they would have had time to rewrite stuff, refilm stuff, think about it, reshoot it, instead of being reactionary and salty all the time. That's what they should have did. And then they could have been like, hey, look, we have a whole season, a proper season of Doctor Who, 16 episodes. Like, you're going to have to take a break eventually to record stuff anyway, right? Dark Wolf? I think I need to do that 5-star terror raid too. Even though I already have shiny Flygon and I already have Electro Terror Shards, I just need the stuff.
Yeah.
And I mean, obviously we can't go back in time and change timelines and all of that. But it does just seem like a massive shame that all of these big decisions were made when we were promised so much. We were promised yearly Who, all of this stuff. And then they make consistent errors that they systematically go back on all their promises. And it's like, as someone who, I mean, I've been championing Doctor Who when it was like really unpopular to do so, right? I'm talking like the Timeless Children came out. But then we go to the RTD2 era, right? And I've been championing it when everyone was back. Then I was championing it with Space Babies, where everyone thought it was gonna get. And then with Empire of Death, and then with the Robot Revolution, and with all of these episodes. And I've been always saying, you know, I'm so pro and positive. And then it feels like a real kind of spit in the face, and like a why did I do all of that? You know, I just feel like an idiot. I don't regret it because I was being true and honest, right? I wasn't doing it just for the sake of saying, oh, I like Doctor Who. I genuinely thought it was good. But I kind of feel like a clown now because everyone is saying all this stuff that they've kind of been saying for years.
You see Neil Gear, he's self-aware enough. He's self-aware enough. This was just his rock bottom. He was like, man, people been saying this shit for years. And now, only now is he realizing, oh, they're right.
Except I can't deny it now, right? People have been saying, oh, Doctor Who's going to get cancelled. They've been saying that for years and years and years and years. And I've been saying, no, it won't, no, it won't, no, it won't, no, it won't. Now they say it. I've got to say, yeah, it is. Yeah, it is.
Most likely, yeah. It's very, like, even if it's, like, you know, 50-50 or whatever, it's very likely it's going to lean on the other 50. You know what I mean? And like, just quickly to just bullet point some of my, like, issues, like, really quickly to, like, just wrap up this reality war bit. So, of course, look, we're talking about big CGI Mega, right? Whatever. Eating the Rani. Right, after 2 years of build-up, even though maybe that wasn't his intention, right, to bring back the Rani, right? We've seen, like, Mrs. Fluff for 2 years, right? And then her Bigenerate. To then be eaten by Omega, that is, like, a huge slap in the face. Especially if you got invested, right? In who is his character, who is this? Then putting Belinda in a box, and then changing her character completely. Just...
I was Belinda's number one fan. I was her number one fan. Oh my god,
she was great.
What I mean about it, right? Like, you guys don't understand that I've been literally championing this character before they were even shown on screen, right? Like, that's how big a fan I was. And then for the rumor that she probably wasn't meant to be in the season to come true, it like, why did I say all this stuff if I knew like the
stuff? And this is the moment where I was like, I really want to A-log him and I need to fucking record this. He said, I was championing all of this stuff from the beginning and now I'm just like, why did I say all this stuff? This is just so sweet. It's like other people's tears taste so sweet. I'm gonna open a beer to that. That was so good. Tell it to us again, Dwfan91.
Why did I say all this stuff if I knew like the future, right? And someone told me all of this, I would just find it saddening and like demoralizing. It's like, but there's such a good opportunity here. What's Belinda's role going to be to like the antagonist, though she has no connection to them whatsoever? What's her role going to be in the finale? She's going to stand in a reference. Do you get it? It's the Zero.
Oh god, yeah.
Revolver. Do you get it? Project Indigo. That's a reference to the Stolen Earth, and it's like, okay,
and it's just like it's really apparent that she wasn't meant to be here, right? And like, I think the thing that annoys me as well is we opened this series, and of course, I don't think anyone cared, right? That the fact that she'd been in the show before, right, as a completely different character, but they made that connection. They made that connection in the first fucking episode and put it on the fucking TARDIS monitor, and we never get back to it. We never get back to it, and that's frustrating. And that's where a lot of my other issues come with. Of course, no last thing between Ruby and the Doctor. That's unfortunate.
That's unexcusable. Really, considering that she is the 15th Doctor's companion.
Is his companion, right? No Susan Foreman after like 2 years of build up for 2 series or whatever, right? So fucking infuriating. And this is one of my biggest ones, right? Not only of course you got 14th Doctor and like, you know, there that we've already spoken about, but the TARDIS fucking explodes. The doors fucking fly at us. Well, why? Well, why did that happen? Is there any explanation for that? That's probably my biggest thing. Is really pissing me off because I
forgot about that.
Yeah, I know you have to have like an ending, right? You know, to really grip you. But the TARDIS doors fucking exploded, and they're looking at it. what? Why? What happened there? Why are they just back all of a sudden? What happened there? Why is the TARDIS in perfect condition afterwards? And I saw people compare it to like when what is it in Turn Left when like all the bad wolf signs come up. I was like, that makes more sense. I can get behind that.
Yeah.
I can get behind that. It's not the TARDIS fucking exploding on me. The TARDIS, it didn't blow up there. Like,
But
it's way
was it
more logistical. The words
the
everywhere.
ending of,
You know.
of Turn Left is immediately followed up on in the Stolen Earth. Like
Yep.
immediately. In one of the best pre-tiles sequences ever, I think. I
Chills.
mean, I'm
Like,
biased. I love the
yeah.
Stolen Earth. But like the whole bit where it goes from just a normal day to like real end of the world in just like 2 seconds. The Doctor comes out, and then by the time that he's gone back in, it's end of the world, and he just missed. I mean, it's just
Yeah.
absolutely incredible. So to compare that,
Okay, that's enough glaze. That's enough. There's a really good video called "What's the Sixth Doctor Character Arc?" A good idea. I already listened to it. Maybe we can listen to it again. Go like this video. Sit down. Stay hungry. I don't know. There's literally stuff I can do in every region. Where was I? I was over here in the canyon. You saw this one? Isn't that that's a good video, isn't it? Have you seen Dr. Whovies? No, I have not. Oh, I did it. I found the last ones I was missing. Just 200, huh? Supercell Slam. Oh, please tell me my Flygon can learn that. That'd be so clutch, actually. Imagine Terra Supercell Slam Flygon. Dragon Cheer. This could be cool. I gotta run like Kuma, my last shiny dragon, maybe. I need my dice.
the fuck? Oh, this is shiny. Shiny Rampardos. Forgot all about that. It sucks. It sucks. A lot. There's 14 more. My Little Pony. Oh my goodness. I can't watch this. They're gonna put me on a list. Oh, I wanted my Minchino back on my team, bro. Even though it's not good. I think I need to evolve it. I just like having unevolved ones on my stuff. Are we not in Coastal? Where are we? Oh, we're in Canyon. Yo, dude, shiny, bro. It is good. Maybe. I should just do more Terra Berry battles. Oh, this is the electric one. It's a hard one because it's an electric type. So you can't hit it. Gosh, I don't want to learn Dragon Breath. I learned Breaking Swipes. Let's just teach it Gigantic Rush, Gigantic Cheer. It shows what Doctor Who should be. The wrong way backwards. I don't know what you're talking about, man. You're scaring me. You are scaring me. Doo doo. Alright. We need levels. So I'll go into my bag and take out these drugs and feed them to my Pokemon.
Level 80 seems okay to me. I hate oh, wait, what? What is this? Where the hell am I? Now that's a good point. What item should I get Flygon? I feel like I want something defensive, you know? Assault vest. Actually, assault vest does kind of fix my problems. But I have Dragonic Shear on. It was announced this episode to celebrate the 15th. Interesting. I don't know, man. I think you're trying to trick me. This is a tough Terra raid battle, I feel like. And I got Flygon versus Flygon. Terra Electric versus Terra Electric. Baby. Let's get it. Probably should now. Hi guys, somebody at home. Destiny of the Daleks. Oh my god, this thing's gonna have dragon moves, isn't it? It's gonna fuck me up. This thing actually gonna fuck me up with dragon moves. I don't know. Dude, it's called Dr. Whovies. Trying to get me to watch My Little Pony. He's gay. I don't know why he wants me to watch Dr. Whovies so bad. It's like 47 episodes. I don't know if I want Doctor Who to be like that. Somebody jumped out. What the heck?
No. While it is in fact partially correct, it does not apply to the film because despite the flooding evidence, it was never blatantly explained, and it was, in fact, subtly disconfirmed by a cryptic Stanton on Twitter. So my point is here, let's stop with the Andy's dad question because quite clearly it was never intended to be a part of the story. But most certainly, we should keep focusing on those other two massive questions I left in part 1. Who is Emma Jean with now, and why does Andy have his grandparents' postcard pinned on his wall? These are things that writer and director Pete Docter publicly stated were of importance, so let's lean into these ones instead. And I've already started this off. I said in that first video that the couple in the front row of Carl and Ellie's wedding is most likely Emma Jean and her new love interest, so please look for an old couple in any Pixar film or short film with these shared genetic traits, especially those eye colors, and please think about that card on his wall. Ratatouille is one of those Pixar movies that really radiates with untold backstories. Why does Alfredo Linguini have an American accent in France, and Anton Ego a British one? Who is the woman at the beginning of the film? How does Remy control Linguini? I've had unbelievable amounts of fun with these questions, and in my opinion, formed one of my best videos. But unfortunately, it had a robot voice speaking over it, it had certain parts that made no sense, and certain parts that were debunked. Oh dear, we can't have that. So today I'm bringing you a revised theory, where I take an older video of mine and improve it. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and this is my most exciting movie to cover. I love it. Let's do this. Right now, I will be going over all of the evidence I concluded in the original video, and discuss my theory in a better way. But before I start, a couple of months ago, the Super Carlin brothers made quite a similar video to mine, but I won't deviate into their conclusion. I will stay within my original boundaries. Anton Ego is a food critic who has a very tragic, but entirely untouched upon, backstory. This is the main point I made in my original video, but after what I found today, I am retracting that statement to make a new one. Anton Ego has an extremely tragic past, more so than I previously believed, and this newer, more tragic solution fits, without anything that I can see to debunk it. Anton Ego's mother, in his flashback scene, is the exact same woman from the beginning of the film. Who? Why? Let me explain in great detail why I have concluded this to be the case. This flashback has an umbrella leaned up against a wall, a reference to the one Mabel mistakes for a shotgun. By the way, this old lady's confirmed name is Mabel. Both houses have a chair with absolutely identical patterns, the exact same structures, and very similar styles, but these pieces of evidence are only skimming the surface. The cabinet they both have has identically patterned doors, and the structure is completely identical. Just look at them. Look! Stoves? Very close to the same. The structure of the fireplaces in both houses are the exact same. It goes up, out, curves, up, bar.
No, Neo Gear. I don't watch My Little Pony, man. I have not seen any of those videos. The gayest thing I've seen is JoJo's Bizarre Adventure. That's pretty good. But it's awesome. There's a lot of action. And there's people, and not fucking horses. Oh, lordy. It's only my special defense. I need physical defense. Oh, baby. Oh, baby. You got me. Oh, baby. We need to teach Zebeka. Oh, never mind. No, we don't. What it use? It's using. Didn't have Dragon Dance? Oh, the Theorizer. The Theorizer. No, actually, I just found this video today. Would you believe me if I said that? I literally just found this video today. It's 5 years old. And look at this. In the comments, it's so funny. It's so funny. In the comments, one of the first comments 2 days ago. Why was I recommended this nearly 3-hour long video from 5 years ago? Yeah, Neo Gear. Isn't this so funny? I literally found this today. I think he probably paid for like a signal boost or something. And then like more people got promoted his video. Or it's just in the algorithm right now. But that's so funny. 2 days ago. Why was I recommended this nearly 3-hour long video? Can you see this? Not really. Why was I recommended this nearly 3-hour long video from 5 years ago? I literally found this video today.
Across the top, bar going vertically inside, they're the exact same. What really confirms the fireplaces, though, are the curtain thingies that go across the top. They are the same in both places. This isn't the kind of thing that's a coincidence. Want more proof of this? Anton Ego's silhouette is found right there on her wall, with his pointy head, protruding nose, and teeny tiny glasses. The floor in their houses are identical, with red and brown hexagonal patterns. The same
These are which ones? I'm a total Drama Island fan. Movie 9. I don't know what that is. This is up next, but this has a 9 on it. It says up next. I don't know what that is.
I love Garfield. I grew up watching the live-action movies, but I didn't know it would come to this. See, this thing has dominated my life for the past year. Garfield is, of course, one of the most famous characters ever created. The world loved and laughed at. I love Garfield. I grew up watching the...
No, my 5-hour video.
The same goes for the matte colors and patterns, wall colors, and door styles and colors. If you got $1 million for every time I said identical, you'd be a millionaire. Okay, I suppose that's a stupid comparison, but nonetheless, they're identical. And you could argue that Pixar is just reusing similar models to save animating time, but one, this is Pixar we're dealing with, and two, there are far too many similarities for it all to be this coincidental. Also, on the wall next to Anton's silhouette, there is a framed image of a young Mabel and a husband. The young Mabel looks identical to Mrs. Ego. They live on a farm in rural France with a rock wall along the inner yard, just like in Mabel's yard. Also outside, they have identically placed and colored oak trees, which by the way do grow in rural France. The vines that grow around the doorway are the same at the old woman's house. The worn-in pathway outside her front door is the same. All of it. The only difference that is noticeable is that the house appears to be entirely mirrored from the flashback. What is the symbolism behind that? I didn't know before in my last video, but I do now, and I'll get into that in a minute. The genetics comparing Mabel to Ego are on point. The eye colors, hair colors, earlobes, handedness, and everything else is similar.
I'll play. Let's give it a try. Let's figure out what this is. There's 20 videos.
Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and this is 9, rather terrifying looking movie. Like, I swear this film is only PG-13 because of the imagery. The concept itself is a quintillion times less creepy than Coraline, yet it receives a more age-restricted rating. Funny. But people seem to like this film. Based off of the Shane Acker 2005 short film with the same name, this 2009 feature film gained a large fan base. But it was released a few months after Coraline, and was also released by Focus Features. But Coraline seemed to take all of that year's glory. 9 was released on September 9th, 2009, and received mixed reviews. But it was generally pretty liked. And so, upon the obsessive request of you guys, I'm going to cover this film today.
I've seen worse. I don't know, maybe that was a 5-year ago video. This is, how long? 8 years ago. I doubt it's worse. I've seen worse video editing. Like where some people are really like jumping every 2 seconds and it's an hour long, like it's crazy.
You know, surprisingly for a film like this, there isn't a whole lot to theorize on, but there is a wicked backstory that the film doesn't touch upon, that incorporates real-life references, historical accuracies, and an actual Facebook page where a protagonist publishes plot...
This is kind of quick. This is kind of quick.
points. Oh yeah, they went all out with this one. So let's quickly begin with a recap of the film's story. A post-apocalyptic world is void of any life except for 9 ragdolls granted with souls known as Stitch Punks. Their names are uncreatively known as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. They are all led by one, and the only thing left on Earth, other than themselves, is a very creepy-looking robotic cat beast, whose goal is to kill them all. But when the 9th one awakens and meets 1 through 8, he finds an interesting-looking talisman. I don't really want to explain the whole movie, but basically he finds the others and he accidentally uses the talisman to activate a massive robot. The robot creates other deadly robots to kill the Stitch Punks. The massive robot gets the talisman and starts using it to suck the souls out of the dolls. Desperate for answers, 9 learns that the scientist who created the dolls also created the robot, and 9 finds a message left for him. In the message, the scientist shows 9 how to use the talisman. Then, 9 gets it from the robot, sucks the souls back, kills the robot, and sets the souls free.
What the hell is going on? What did I miss? Let me just try one more time.
Hello,
like,
I'm the Theorizer, and this is 9, rather terrifying looking movie. Like, I swear this film is only PG-13 because of the imagery. The concept itself is a quintillion times less creepy than Coraline, yet it receives a more age-restricted rating. funny. But people seem to like this film. Based off of the Shane Acker 2005 short film with the same name, this 2009 feature film gained a large fan base. But it was released a few months after Coraline, and was also released by Focus Features. But Coraline seemed to take all of that year's glory. 9 was released on September 9th, 2009, and received mixed reviews, but it was generally pretty liked. And so, upon the obsessive request of you guys, I'm going to cover this film today. You know, surprisingly for a film like this, there isn't a whole lot to theorize on, but there is a wicked backstory that the film doesn't touch upon, that incorporates real-life references, historical accuracies, and an actual Facebook page where a protagonist publishes plot points. Oh yeah, they went all out with this one. So let's quickly begin with a recap of the film's story. A post-apocalyptic world is void of any life except for 9 ragdolls granted with souls known as Stitch Punks. Their names are uncreatively known as 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, and 9. They are all led by one, and the only thing left on Earth, other than themselves, is a very creepy-looking robotic cat beast, whose goal is to kill them all. But when the 9th one awakens and meets 1 through 8, he finds an interesting-looking talisman. I don't really want to explain the whole movie, but basically he finds the others and he accidentally uses the talisman to activate a massive robot. The robot creates other deadly robots to kill the Stitch Punks. The massive robot gets the talisman and starts using it to suck the souls out of the dolls. Desperate for answers, 9 learns that the scientist who created the dolls also created the robot, and 9 finds a message left for him. In the message, the scientist shows 9 how to use the talisman. Then, 9 gets it from the robot, sucks the souls back, kills the robot, and sets the souls free, causing life to rain down and fix the planet. So generally, a pretty cool story, but if you're curious and want more like me, then you start to analyze scenes, frame by frame, to find clues. And guess what? I read every post made by the scientist on Facebook, scanned through every animated newspaper in the whole movie, and anytime there was writing or text, I paused and wrote it down as a clue. And you won't believe it, but the film uses random text as background filler. Or do they? Let me elaborate. If you watch the movie, you can quite easily figure out the pre-movie plot. A scientist created a machine that was as intelligent as himself, but then a chancellor took it and forced it to create machines of war. But then, the machines turned on the humans and used a poison...
No, I'm caught up. I guess I wasn't listening too hard at the beginning. It's a movie, the 9 dolls, so... It's not a movie I will watch, it just doesn't look good enough.
This gas to kill everything.
I don't like the video.
That same scientist that created the machine then uses a tiny magic device to divide up his soul into 9 dolls, leaving the 9th one the trinket to bring life back to the world. And then the movie happens, they destroy the big machine, and they bring life back to the world. Okay, so that's alright, but let's get into the real interesting secrets. What I mean by that, of course, is all of the intriguing Easter eggs I came across. You see, the thing is, this movie is really good at leaving Easter eggs in newspapers. Look at this one, for example. Oh, and sorry about the quality, but my Mac won't let me screenshot the film, so I had to take an actual picture. But upon close inspection, this newspaper is discussing No Burn, the new and improved fire retardant. They talk about how if you apply No Burn to any interior fabric, it will stop a fire from spreading. Very cool Easter eggs. So I went online to research No Burn, and found the company online. I hadn't heard about them until now, but apparently they are indeed a company that specializes in fire retardants. The newspaper then talks about someone named Tetraalt and how they are associated with No Burn. They apparently tested No Burn on wood at Keem Lumber, a lumber company. I looked up those newsprint paragraphs word for word and found an identical copy of what was written as a No Burn PDF. So, is it all just filler text? I mean, the same repeat appears here too. Or is it all something more? But something is very strange here. The newspaper's name is the Star Gazette, which is a real-life New York newspaper. But what is very bizarre is that the newspaper's date is Saturday, May 16th, 1930. But the problem is, none of these products were around back then. And another problem is that May 16th, 1930 was actually on a Friday. But May 17th, 1930 was a Saturday. And on that day, a lot of stuff went down, revolving around the world wars, such as the Young Plan, but more on that in a moment. But before we continue with the newspaper clues, I want to address the coolest thing this film did to promote. They gave the scientist his own Facebook page, and on it, the scientist posted updates of his technological achievements leading up to the movie's release date. So cool! And all of his posts reveal even more about the story before the movie, more about the machine, more about the Chancellor, and more about the Stitch Pumps. He also talks about the Great World War, a raging war that lasted 10 years. He discusses over the course of 70 posts the full pre-story timeline of 9. And yes, I read every single post. It goes like this. A scientist likes working on interesting machinery. He is appointed by a country's chancellor to go through with creating an artificially intelligent machine that he is calling BRAIN, or Binary Reactive Artificially Intelligent Neural Circuit. After many posts where he talks about the deadlines and developmental progress, he explains how the Chancellor is allowing him to share some of his research to Facebook. So he shares some concept art for his machine. He then begins to talk about how he has dreams of alchemy symbols, but he just dismisses it as something he read. He then touches up his project to show the Chancellor. During this time, he also researches the elemental symbols he envisioned. Those specific symbols were related to intellectual transfer, something perfect for his machine. He wonders why his brain suddenly thought of those symbols right at the time of need, but he yet again dismisses it. Then the Chancellor arrives to check up on the machine's progress. He was furious to find that the machine was not yet working, and he threatened to cut the funding for the project if the scientist didn't hurry up. The scientist checked alchemy books for more answers. He tried new methods to speed up production, and then, over a week later, the Chancellor meets with him again, this time pleased with the progress. The machine reaches out to shake his hand, and the Chancellor smirks approvingly. The scientist is happy and continues his production. He then constantly posts a link to his laboratory, which is basically just the 9 website. Unfortunately, as of right now, it's inaccessible, and I have to keep using Facebook clues. Anyways, the scientist goes on about how he used to be a toy maker, and now that he's a scientist, he's actually a bit afraid of what technology can do. At one point, he even leaves his machine alone, and it starts tinkering with little tools to create itself a new limb. The scientist continues production still. The Chancellor starts putting up war propaganda posters all over town, but then an anti-technology group called the Rebels starts defacing the posters, saying things like resist, targeting the Chancellor, the machine, and the scientist. What happened next was protesting riots, arrests, and injuries, as well as a concerned scientist just trying to help. The scientist then completes Brain, and only final testing remains. But then, without any warning, the Chancellor's men storm into the scientist's lab and steal Brain for the Chancellor's own testing. The scientist says that they do not know what they are messing with, but they don't listen. Later, they take the scientist from his lab and confiscate several vital documents. The Chancellor is doing something much bigger and more dangerous than he thinks. Then newspapers and posters go out, advertising the fabrication machine, a machine that will create new machines in its own image. The scientist is now fiercely worried. He then admits that the way he gave the machine artificial intelligence was by using those alchemy symbols to transfer his own intellect into the robot. But the robot isn't meant to feel empathy or logic, so this is all bad news. Protests are increasing. The scientist is being heavily monitored, and the machine gets some super sweet new upgrades. This is all terrible. Several propaganda posters are being defaced, just as fast as more and more are going up. Then, several machines are suddenly unveiled to the public, huge 30-foot-tall war beasts created by the fabrication machine. Then, large posters telling people to fight at war go up. They have 30-foot-tall war machines on them, with the date, September 9th, 2009 written on them. I can only assume that that'll be the date of a new war. The vicious chancellor turned dictator is now threatening poor countries with the machines. These countries are still recovering from the previous 10-year war, and the chancellor sends out deadly gas bombs, killing millions instantly. Propaganda posters are now saying, "Pay the price for free."
Yeah, he is on crack. He's just going one point after the other, which I mean, it's just the show or the movie. I don't know. It's okay. It's okay. Maybe I gotta watch the movie to like be invested in the character. Whoa, 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 whoa. Oh, imagine a shiny Pokemon. Why? I think we should try again. I kinda just want to do this thing. The scariest kid film ever. Yep. Do that 405 defense.
Why is Stewie Griffin so smart? Stewie's not supposed to exist. Literally, he's a walking, talking space-time anomaly. Family Guy has an episode nobody ever talks about that kind of secretly answered all of the questions in the show. Why Stewie is smart, why Peter is dumb, why Brian can talk, why other babies act like adults, the true nature of flashbacks, and maybe even who Rupert truly is. And right here, right now, you'll get answers and so much more. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and before we connect the dots, let's recall the episode I'm actually talking about. For those that don't remember, Season 9, Episode 16 of Family Guy, Stewie and Brian mess around with their time machine and end up accidentally warping outside of time and space itself. They're basically floating within an endless white void where they can create laws of physics and do anything with their minds. But they don't want to stay there, so they manage to overload Stewie's return pad and blast themselves back into the universe. After fixing his stuff, Stewie discovers that the explosion imprint matches identically to the cosmic background of the entire universe, meaning their explosion was the Big Bang. When Stewie overloaded his return pad in an empty void, it triggered the entire blast of space-time that created the universe itself. In other words, they traveled back to before the universe, blew it up, and Stewie is canonically the real god of the Family Guy world. To hammer this point home, the remainder of the episode shows the extent of this impact. You see, Stewie's half-brother nemesis Bertram discovers Stewie's machine and manages to trace their genetics back to a specific ancestor that led to Stewie being born, but not Bertram. Bertram's plan is to kill this ancestor before they can produce the offspring that led down to Stewie. This ancestor happens to be Leonardo da Vinci himself, so Bertram enters the machine and goes back to kill him. As you might expect, their entire present reality starts eroding into an abyss of destruction, because if Stewie were never born in the first place, then he'd never have been able to create the universe like he did earlier in the episode. They rush into the machine and go to stop Bertram, but Da Vinci still dies in the process. And yet, everything still exists. Stewie can only guess that because they're still in the past, he must be about to do something else, something here. He must do something that preserves it somehow. And his brilliant idea? He sends Brian back to the present, then extracts his own DNA and sticks it in Da Vinci's girlfriend so that his own genes ensure the survival of his own genes. Like a paradox. Then, to get back to the present, he creates a cryogenic freezing chamber, locks himself inside, instructs people to ship it on a boat to America and bury it deep underground at specific coordinates while instructing the Vatican to hold on to a letter from him for 500 years before delivering it to modern-day Quahog at the exact time where, in the present, Brian then receives it. He sees the coordinates are underneath their basement and digs up the buried pod which has had a frozen Stewie suspended beneath their house for 5 centuries inside. Happy ending. And I believe that this one episode directly gives individual answers to each and every single mystery in the show. People I present, the Griffin Paradox. Here comes the mind. Stewie Griffin has a history of being smart, evil, British, and weirdly experienced in the world. I have come to the conclusion that the Family Guy universe is trying to bend things and shape itself so that it ensures Stewie's existence in order to ensure its own, as his machinery is its source and true nature. Stewie's machine that warps space and time was the blueprint for space itself and time itself, as it was the Big Bang. What's more is that Stewie and Brian's consciousness briefly existed before reality did and serve as the universe's blueprint for consciousness, hence them blasting through it. This is why Brian, in particular, ended up being born as such an intelligent dog, Stewie is such an intelligent baby, and these two are the main characters of their show and universe. Simply put, Stewie is smart because the universe manipulated probabilities to make it fulfill the paradox of its own existence. Something was always going to happen to ensure it. Something will always happen. Everything points in favor of Stewie. This is not luck or plot armor, but fate. This ripples out into the family tree, leading Stewie to descend from one of the most intelligent minds in history, Leonardo da Vinci, who also looks just like him for clear reasons. In a sense, this is Stewie. The whole reason the universe didn't let Stewie disappear when Da Vinci died is because Stewie writes reality by being his own progenitor. He isn't just a paradox of the universe, but also of his own bloodline, which was orchestrated to such a specific degree that it allowed him to be his own ancestor, filling gaps and fulfilling the necessary circumstances that let him become the most intelligent, aware baby ever, even in the womb. With this blueprint in mind, I believe most of Stewie's flashbacks are actually flashes to other detailed lives, placeholders where he has existed in one form or another, and this was built to keep him alive in the event that the main Stewie died or was erased. Stewie is essentially having flashbacks to actual previous lives. We know this is probable because he and other sperm are conscious, knowing full well of the details of Earth. This is all why Stewie's genetic paradox and universal paradox take place in the same episode. It's the same thing. He is evil and hates Lois because she birthed him into a stupid family, albeit a necessary one, and he was painfully conscious of every waking moment from before he was even conceived. His intelligence is so high because others in his family were programmed as stupid to make room for him, explaining Peter's IQ being removed and placed in Stewie. This is why Peter and Extension Chris are so dumb. When I said this explains the show, I meant it. Now, this isn't just one episode either. It reflects over to another, very similar episode in Season 12 that explains his...
See, this is a theory I can get behind. Yeah, the last show was cool. I mean, I don't know. I just have to watch the movie, I think. They were going to revive the people. It's interesting that it's a kid's show. Like, it's PG-13, I guess. Like, let's hope we don't lose this time. I gotta pee. Hold on.
His British behavior. Stewie is mad at his stupid family, so he time travels back and tries to break up Lois and Peter just before they could conceive him. His soul is immediately reborn into a very smart British family that works with powerful scientists. It wouldn't let him be undone, not truly. This is why it let him go back in the other episode too without erasing him. The universe needs him. It's like the rules of time bend to his will because they do. In the therapy episode, he reveals he's not even truly British, he just idolizes it, and his rebirth cements that. The universe needs him. His accent is tied to his soul. With all this talk of Stewie ensuring his own existence, it also dawned on me where his British fanaticism enters and exits this time loop. And that answer, I believe, is found in his soulmate. It would appear Stewie and the universe have been trying to ensure some future legacy, perhaps in the form of the actual God character. Let me begin with his neighbor. Susie Swanson is the infant daughter of Joe and Bonnie. You'll recall Bonnie being pregnant with her for like 7 years. Throughout the show, after she's born, we occasionally hear her inner thoughts. She is voiced by Patrick Stewart, playing Patrick Stewart. Yes, inside of her head. We hear her inner monologue saying, "This is Patrick Stewart. How are you enjoying the program so far?" This happens many times throughout the show. He says various things in her head, and she was born with a wheelchair. I was about to say she's Professor X or something, but no. Stewie's actually met Patrick Stewart himself in another episode shortly after Susie's birth. He transported the entire cast of Star Trek into his bedroom. I'm not sure yet what this Patrick Stewart has to do with Susie exactly, but I think it's all tied in because of how close together it all is, and more importantly, it sent me even further down this rabbit hole of baby girls, possibly even in the area of Susie's delayed birth. His relationship with Susie is one of love at first, but she doesn't like him. If the world is trying to orchestrate soulmates to orchestrate his destiny, then we need to look further. In Season 3, a bunch of British people come to town and Stewie befriends a little Cockney girl and tries teaching her to be posh and polite, eventually succeeding. The result, however, is that she becomes angry and hateful and evil like he is, and seeks to also kill Lois after she blames her for the hanging of her father. We never see her again, despite this plot thread being left wide open on purpose, but he basically taught her his ways like a spreading virus, and I believe we might have something of an answer to this in the episode where Stewie's soulmate meddling comes full circle, in the one, the only, Penelope. Penelope is one of my favorite guest characters on the entire show, and she also goes by Mrs. Stewie. She has appeared only once, is voiced by Cate Blanchett, and has made a huge impact because she is Stewie's one true match. She is an extremely vicious, extremely intelligent, malevolent baby from England that moved to Quahog in Season 10 seemingly out of nowhere. She doesn't seem to have any parents, but she said she beheaded her own mother. She seems to have taken charge of her own life with no adults around and achieved things Stewie can only dream of. They fall deeply in love and their connection persists even past the end of the episode when they part on conflicting terms. It's because she was desperately trying to kill Brian, who she saw standing in the way for, well, so many reasons. I bring her up because she is the perfect antithesis to Stewie, the universe's attempt at creating a perfect foil, a female Stewie parody, so much so that I seriously think she could, in some way, be...
No, that actually makes sense that the universe would create an alternate Stewie, like the counterbalance to Stewie, in Eve.
Eliza. But I still have very little evidence for all this. It's just that it's important to mention because it's all in line with the structure of the show and may give insight into Stewie's single biggest lingering mystery, his companion Rupert the teddy bear. So you may think Stewie's true soulmate is his imaginary friend Rupert, but that's not necessarily the case. Rupert is an imaginary friend, not a real person. They primarily use Rupert as kind of a mechanism to serve the running gag kind of mystery of whether Stewie's gay or not. While in the main plot he's been with women, you know, aside from Brian impregnating him, which is, I'm not even going to, you know, that disturbingly could be connected to all this. I don't even want to think about it. However, Rupert is nonetheless more important than all these people, despite not being seen nearly as much lately, because he serves as Stewie's reflection. It's not just an imaginary friend. I strongly believe Rupert is God. Not the caricature for cutaways per se, but the real deal. He is the entire manifestation of the universe's subconscious from Stewie. All lives condensed into one to give Stewie advice and information from his deeper self so he can grow as a person. This is the universe's direct hotline to Stewie and Stewie's own subconscious. All the same thing. This is the role of real imaginary friends too, subconscious teaching. The only thing is, Remember, Stewie's subconscious is the universe, thus Rupert is God. In short, Stewie is smart because he created the universe and his own genetic bloodline, paradoxically ensuring it on purpose and accidentally. This is also why Brian can talk, Peter is dumb, and the flashbacks are so prevalent. They are the universe asserting itself. To communicate back to himself and fulfill his destiny, Stewie and the universe have tried engineering soulmates that include Eliza, Penelope, and possibly Susie Swanson, with Rupert being the divine imprint communicating back through Stewie's subconscious to direct him towards his fate as ruler of the world. Now we just have to solve the other worlds. So subscribe. There will be more. Join the Patreon for updates on the matter. I'm doing Peter's secret siblings next. Until next time, I'm the Theorizer. Extra special thanks to
All the clues pointed to you, but it didn't add up. I thought I was cracking under the pressure. We understand. We understand
This has to be a joke, right? All of this ridiculous 10-hour theory. At this point, my whole channel, it's satire, right? The answer is complicated. Whether you're new here or with me 8 years, the truth is, I'm not satirical. I'm not joking, but I'm also not insane. I'm not saying I'm right. That would be stupid, but it would also be stupid to suggest that I'm exactly wrong. I am.
Hoodwink is so good. Now that's a deep movie. Wait, he made a 3-hour theory about Mort? Oh. Do I have to watch this first? Do I have to watch this first? Oh no, the Mort theory. I wanna watch the Mort theory, but like now I kind of want to watch the 3-hour one first to watch it in order. What do you think? I'll take your advice, Neo Gear. Should I watch it in order, or should I just watch Hoodwink now? I actually need to go to bed soon. I have something to do in the morning. Mort is God. Everything's God, yup. Okay.
Today is the day we finally delve into the villains of Hoodwinked. If you haven't seen the video where I tried solving the absolutely massive hidden mystery behind Nikki Flippers and the Sisterhood, I will link it above right now. It's great, and this video will make a lot more sense if you've seen, well, part 1 first. Believe me when I say that Hansel, Gretel, and Boingo are indeed almost equal.
I'm trying to watch everything out of order like Doctor Who.
There are a number
Hoodwink
of
2 wasn't good. Hoodwink 1 is the only one worth watching, to be honest. Hoodwink 2 is just really bad, from what I remember.
films that people see in their childhood and then never bother to look up again. It may occasionally pop into their head, but they always write it off as a childhood fever dream because, well, no one else talks about it either, so it mustn't be a legitimate
When I was a kid, I used to watch Hoodwink once a year. Like, literally, I would watch Hoodwink once a year for, like, maybe 5 years or more. Pre-high school.
experience. From what I understand, Hoodwinked tends to be one of those films. The reasoning behind this is quite simple, really. It's not by some major animation company, and its sequel was significantly worse, looked different, and was under a wholly different premise. Well, I'm here today to tell you that no, this movie is not a fever dream you had, and for the 50% of you who to this day love this film, I have good news. It is so much more than meets the eye, and I'm a bit flabbergasted at just how intricate it actually is. You see, the creators of Hoodwinked are very self-aware people. They know exactly
exactly what they've made, and they run with it. They are clever people. They have interspersed little plot points around the film and just left them there. This is where I come in. If you haven't seen this movie at all, well, it's a classic What Are You Doing? Watch it. Essentially, it's the confrontation scene between Red Riding Hood and the Big Bad Wolf, but it takes place in a world similar to the Shrek films, more contemporary, but similar nonetheless. This means the confrontation leads to a police investigation, where we then get to see the past day play out from the interrogated perspectives of Red, the wolf, the granny, and the woodcutter that comes flying in with an axe. All of the plot threads converge by the end, and the detectives discover the one common thread, the true villain. You see, there's been someone stealing all of the famous recipes in the forest, and by interconnecting the different stories, they catch him. I believe this is a clue. You are supposed to take the many plot threads, find commonality, and stitch together the subliminal timeline of events. So watch it. It's classic, funny, and has very questionable animation, but something of an all-star cast, hence its cult status popularity today. The sequel has better animation, but it's sort of all over the place and has been torn apart relentlessly across the internet since the 2011 release. I'm not exactly sure what to make of it, to be honest. It's not as good as the first one, but I laughed a couple times. It can be clever at rare moments. But the lore, the mysteries, the questions. I'm recapping all of this because I believe the second film was so dedicated to the underlying secret story that they straight up neglected the main plotline. If you've seen both films, you're ready for the one and literally only hoodwinked theory in existence, one I've been formulating on and off for 5 years, waiting for a glorious aha moment that finally came and led to another aha moment, triggering another and another until I was surrounded by falling dominoes and enlightened. The dedication to mystery is something I don't even know if I've seen from Pixar. Time to strike gold. Hello, I'm the Theorizer, and if you haven't been able to tell already, I'm structuring this video properly for once because people tend to deem my stream of consciousness as utterly whack. Explain more, which is necessary this time. So what we have to do is basically start off with a list of unanswered questions that the films have. These can be found all over the place because the world is so vast, but so unexplored. Things like, what is Nikki Flipper's backstory with Wolf? Where are Red's parents? What's the history behind the Sisterhood of Kung Fu Bakers? What's the history of the Happily Ever After Agency? Are there answers in Verushka's life story? What's Boingo's full plan? What's the full history and plan of Hansel and Gretel? Those diabolical little kids make me laugh my head off. I think it's the voice acting by Bill Hader and Amy Poehler. They chew the scenery like friggin' gingerbread. Zero exaggeration. And can someone turn the Schnitzel song into a meme, please? Or like a trap remix or something? I'm using my authority as someone without authority to hereby formally request it from any willing, what is the phrase, meme lords?
Yeah, I gotta go to bed soon. I'll also gotta do some stuff in the morning in a couple hours. I did lose my sound though. Thank you. It's messed up. Dr.who.
I need the algorithmic payoff, as this is very serious work we're doing. Let's begin. This here is a classic series of questions that we can interconnect beneath the surface of the films. Example, we want Wolf's backstory and we want Nikki Flipper's backstory, but the two have such significant overlap that it really should be compounded as one task. When Wolf meets Flippers in Granny's house during the interrogation, Flippers recognizes Wolf as being a reporter from a police investigation a few years back, the investigation being known as the Stiltskin case. Nikki Flippers has a pretty standard backstory on the surface. Nikki Flippers is a frog. In the 70s, he was a famous dancer who simply went by Flippers, and it's implied that he put that life behind him at around the age of 30 so he could become a famous detective. He likely made the fame transition quite well, considering he kept his name and went on from famous dancer to famous investigator, funding an entire agency of most likely his own creation. What sparked this transition? See, now we have to fragment our initial questions into even more questions. What caused him to give up dancing? Added it to the list. Many years into his investigative career, he was involved in the aforementioned Stiltskin case. This case is what I have discovered to be one of the most mysterious backburner plot threads in the whole franchise. Wolf wrongfully thought his name was Greg Stiltskin. We'll definitely be getting to all that in a second. A few years following this, the film occurs, but Nikki Flipper's life story is so much deeper. I have reason to believe his investment in the events of these two films runs so much deeper than meets the eye. To be as simple as I can, he's suspicious. You see, Nikki does things that don't make sense, and many of his actions or claims don't add up. In fact, I have great reason to believe that he withholds critical information from his agents and that his influence runs deeper than anyone could possibly imagine. Firstly, I believe that he has been slowly worming his way into the lives of the main characters for years, molding them into the perfect agents. Whoa! Take a step back. What is this, another insane theorizer rant? No. Wolf's prime informant for his entire journalism career is a sheep named Woolworth. When he goes to see Woolworth for information on Red Riding Hood in the first film, Woolworth implies that Bo Peep is an aggressive caretaker of sorts to his flock. Nice joke, right? Wrong. Because we meet Bo Peep. She's none other than the direct underling of Nikki Flippers himself, and she's known for supervising the sheep agents. They thought I wouldn't catch this. Hilarious. Indeed, the fact of the matter is that Wolf's direct informant is under the control of Nikki Flippers, and he has the nerve to act like he's only got a vague memory of Wolf. You see, Nikki is feigning ignorance when meeting him in Granny's house, but he's there for a very particular reason, as I find it profoundly bizarre that Nikki Flippers' esteemed famous detective shows up out of literally nowhere to handle some random police business. Why was he so quick to assume that this random home invasion had ties back to the infamous Goody Bandit at all? This frog has the most advanced reconnaissance technology in the world and has spies galore, yet somehow missed the brochure that Hansel and Gretel sent out.
But we have orders to fill for every villain in the world.
Yeah, the brochure went out weeks ago.
They mailed out a brochure, literally advertising their plans to all the villains in the world weeks before the sequel even takes place. Yet Nikki Flippers missed out on public displays of villainy like this, somehow had no idea what he was sending his agents into. Bullshit. What a damn coincidence that he sends Red off for training to the sisterhood that owns the super truffle recipe just as the brochure goes out. Exactly, he sent her upon this revelation. The HEA was fully aware that the recipe had gone missing. It was stolen by Verushka 60 years before the events of the films, as she explains in her evil monologue. Its theft was revealed to the HEA after their discovery of the Grimm twins' brochure, and they instantly sent Red off to get training. But here's the trippier part. Not one single Sister of the Hood must have been trained in that time. The organization seems horrified at the loss of their most sacred possessions. They had no idea, implying they mustn't have checked it since their training of Granny and Verushka, which also reflects the reality of what we see in their sanctuary, only old women and a troll. No new recruits, at least none to this level. This is because Nikki Flippers sent Red there to train so she could become the ideal agent out of desperation to find both her granny and the recipe that would complete her training, which is exactly what she does when she discovers the missing ingredient is macadamia nuts. The alternative, however, is that the Sisterhood did know it was missing, and I mean, they are suspicious, we'll get to them later, but Nikki Flippers would likely have known as well then, on his own time, long before this, if this plan were still successfully to play out, and I do believe that to be the case as well. So here comes the unimaginable mindfuck. During the scene where Verushka reveals herself to Granny, she claims that on her journey to perfect the super truffle, she transmutated a number of animals and people, curses, spells, etc. I believe one of them was the singing goat Japheth, who also seems to be immortal, but he's for later. No, the mindfuck is in the form of 24 British frogs wearing suits, all of whom were once men. What in the actual threshold of Eastern European daylit shit? Verushka claims responsibility for their transformation, and Granny accuses it of being disturbing on several levels. This is because Granny herself has now experienced the exact same domino revelation I have, which is that it all points to her boss being deeper and darker than one would ever possibly expect. The implication is that Nikki Flippers had his dance career rudely interrupted when he was kidnapped by Verushka and turned into a frog. It was good news for the moves, but bad news for the literally everything else, which led him to eventually abandon dancing to seek vengeance on the witch responsible by tracking her at all costs and turning her former sisterhood against her. He knew she had the recipe. It was the whole motivation behind her failed attempts at transmutation. He would have been right there the whole time. It's why he started the HEA. He blackmailed the Sisterhood until he could no longer. Nikki Flippers willingly allows villains to get away with a little so he can get a lot in return. He shaped and manipulated the Puckett family from afar and jeopardized Granny's safety all so that Red and the Sisterhood could do what they did. The ideal agents to taking down a monster of their own creation, the last stage of her training.
Nikki Flippers, little superstar.
Notice how in the first film he suspiciously winks as he takes all of the police with him to the wrong place. He's leaving the team to their own devices so they can save the day themselves and become eligible for his organization. I find it hilarious how Nikki legally changed his last name to that of his stage name post-transformation. It's a fame transition. This is because I doubt very much that his last name was genuinely Flippers, given the fact that Red asks, "Why do they call you Flippers?" and he claims it to have been his stage name, but also because of the fact that he has a pet dog, which is something a human would do, and it doubles as a mutually respectable secretary, which is a friendship an animal would have, reflecting his very own duality. We don't even know his real name. This is a fact. His reactions are generally pretty standard and unassuming, so you'd think he has no history with Verushka. However, there is a deep aggression and rage that Nikki has throughout the entirety of the second movie, which is noticeably not present in the first one. When Verushka gets knocked down a peg or two, he chills out, or so it seems, but he likely isn't done. You'd expect a little more from her behavior around him as well, but she does notoriously hate the HEA. It doesn't really matter though, because we know for a fact he has a bad history with her, because they wouldn't have included the integral scene of the transmutated frogs otherwise. And no, she didn't intentionally make them. She didn't, for example, try to make Nikki Flippers clones so that they would infiltrate the HEA or something. That's simply not the case, because we know this was unintentional. She says so. It was just an accident on her journey to recreating the super truffles. Unless, of course, Nikki was patient zero, which is also why he's so much taller. Anyways, this reference and Granny's statement of the implications is to say that Nikki was the product of Verushka's experimentation, one way or another. The human elements of his nature prove he was a man born as Nicholas, whose life story has overlapped with the Princess and the Frog horrors of Verushka91, and maybe caused her to since attempt at recreating her initial error to infiltrate the HEA she notoriously hates by replacing Nick and succeeding with the truffle. Maybe. It's fuzzy on that front. Nikki fits that bill too, though. But what about those Sisters of the Hood? How exactly do they tie into everything? So the Sisters of the Hood are the secret organization that Granny got her baking and kung fu skills from. What do we make of this? The questions are butterflying out from one another unlike anything I've ever seen before. There's something that this sisterhood is hiding. There's a hidden conspiracy embedded in the fine print of Hoodwinked. We get a taste, a little nibble, here and there, on the topic of something unimaginable. And that thing is a high-profile legal trial known as the Stiltskin case. When Red is training at the Sisters' Sanctuary, she encounters a Shrek reference named Moss, who is in fact the infamous troll from Under the Bridge. She aggressively lays into him with all her might, and he's left in a state of delirium, which leaves him open to spilling the beans about this sisterhood. And in the most offhand comment that's ever offhanded a comment, we get an answer to a mystery that lies at the complete opposite end of the lore. As I said, it's another conspiracy that wraps around the dark side of this moon, a corkboard pinned to the conspiratorial underbelly. Moss the Troll rattles off a number of incoherent statements before mumbling quietly off-screen, "His name is Rumpelstiltskin, but it's a secret. Don't tell him I told you." I'm in tears at the moment. This is a thing of unbridled beauty. The astonishing truth is that I'm actually holding back at the moment. I've discovered at least 8 of these sorts of connections, and we've only gone over a couple so far. Moss knows Rumpelstiltskin's full name and was hiding it. This is all slipped in a fit of delirium. The whole point of the name Rumpelstiltskin is that it's impossible to guess, meaning Moss must truly be a part of all this, and he must be guilty of crimes of concealment. I'm just warming up though. Moss is a part of the Stiltskin case and was in on the intricacies of the vilified party, but there's even more to this little statement. His fit of incoherence contains multiple statements about being the prettiest ballerina in the fruit cup and stuff, but right before his sentence about Rumpelstiltskin, he also says, "Yes, Senator, that is my monkey." If we are to associate the two, we get the following joint statement. That is my monkey. His name is Rumpelstiltskin. I repeat, this is all one thought pattern. It's not just a delirious disconnect, it's a subconscious confession. How do I know this? One word. Senator. The exact sort of person you'd find in a high-profile legal trial. The Stiltskin case. Oh, a high-profile legal trial? Couldn't Moss have just seen this on TV? No. They don't really have much technology at the sanctuary, and they only leave for critical reasons, Moss especially. Also, it was very specifically included here, and it was functioning as a crucial flashback thought pattern in the troll's mind. And nobody would, on live TV, tell the world Rumpelstiltskin's name and then say shush, don't tell him, meaning Moss must have done this in person during a private hearing. This all means, of course, that Rumpelstiltskin is a monkey, which makes so much sense, given the stereotype of Rumpelstiltskin being a small, human-like imp. Not only that, but the implication is that said monkey is pure evil and was in some sort of servitude-based relationship with Moss, similarly to Flippers and his dog. This is a domino revelation. This is how one thing leads to another and butterflies out into the lore like a ripple effect of answers, and all of this I have leached from a blink and you miss an offhand comment from some random concussed Shrek reference. So the Stiltskin case is a high-profile legal trial revolving around a monkey named Rumpelstiltskin who has some sort of direct association with this bridge troll. Going off of the classic Rumpelstiltskin story and Hoodwink's own running themes, it most likely entailed the abduction of children and the concealment of the first name Rumpel. Now comes to the part we've all been waiting for. How this ties into the troll's occupation in the Sisterhood Sanctuary. The troll says to Red, "Your granny never would have run away like a scared little chicken girl." This means, as we've already assumed, that the troll has been here unceasingly for at least 60 years. This troll is a part of the Sisterhood. As well, we know this when Red knocks him out. He says, "Check, please," so as to imply he is paid to work here. So it isn't just community service for the Stiltskin case like I was initially going to think, because that wouldn't even match up with the time